Hello, how's it going? Happy Monday, everybody. Also, I'm really quiet for some reason. Or at least maybe I'm not. I think I am. Do I sound quiet? Anyway, hello. Uh, you did in Discord. Okay, nice. I haven't seen it yet. Did not look in Discord in any of the. Oh, that's adorable. The, the bird. The phoenix. I see it. You sound like a normal Joe volume? Okay. No, that is really cute. Fairies. Oh yeah, this painting, fairy painting. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this painting. It's not finished though. There's gonna be it has some issues, and I need to rework some stuff and do some things. Yeah, so this painting was from 2 days ago, I think. This wasn't last streams. But yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with this painting. So this one, I actually here. Let me show you the painting from the stream, not last stream. Sorry. This is what it looked like at the end of stream. Yeah, I think it was last Thursday. Yeah. So this is what it looked like at the end of stream. It was more graveyardy, and then I obviously changed it. Funny enough, I actually lost some of the contrast and stuff, but that's fine. I can always bring that back if I want. Um, I think some of the like I didn't like the house in this, but I actually think I might change it again. I don't know, maybe not. I think the trees and stuff need to be changed. The fairies. No, I like too few fairies. Actually, I even removed one. Look, from so this was an earlier version. This one. So I had goofed around with the building, and I didn't like the building. I thought the shape was ugly, so I changed it to this. Oh, not to that. To that. So I went from here to there, and I like this shape more. But I deleted a fairy in the process. There was this fairy, and now it's gone. It's no longer there. So rest in peace. The new house feels better. Yeah, I like the new house. I think it's better. But yeah, I did get rid of. But yeah, anyway, so I worked on this on Friday or something. Oh, this not this one. There we go. Treehouse is awesome. Got them witchy vibes. Yeah, it's a bit of a witchy hobbit hole vibes, kinda, sorta, something like that. Anyway, I'm happy with this one, but it definitely needs some work. I want to paint on the fairies a bit more. I want to figure out how to, I don't know, like render something without making them feel over rendered, which I already know how to do that, or at least part of it is to also render other things to like bring it up together. But anyway, so yeah, I want to work on figuring out how to paint these and make them look somewhat detailed. No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna work on it today. I just had it as a image. I was just sharing it because I don't know, I'm happy-ish with it. Hey Jake, how are you? Basilisk, hello. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna work on it today. I'm just gonna do more thumbnailing and picking a painting, voting, doing the normal thing. I actually had a really long day today, and lately I've just in general I've been not getting great sleep. And yeah, I don't know. Today's gonna be kind of a brain dead day, maybe. Maybe not though. We'll see. I'm sure if some questions are asked and stuff, I'll start ranting and I'll be back to my usual self. I do have my tea right now. It's probably a little too hot to drink though. Maisie Daisy, welcome in. Hello, Hazel. How are you? Hope you're doing well, Hazel. So yeah, I'm just gonna take a moment here and drink my tea and get ready to for stream. I'm still kind of waking up from a quick nap. Mm, why can't I sleep well? I mean, I think mostly it's just an erratic sleeping schedule. Like I've been going to sleep at random times and not allowing myself enough time before I need to wake up, and then afterwards, after work or something, then I'm too tired, so I then have to sleep again, and then it's like I wake up, and then I don't know, just bad schedule mostly. Inconsistent sleep schedule is the main thing. And then when I do lay down to go to sleep, the quality isn't even that good because my sleep schedule is all messed up. So I think the main thing is just consistency. It's completely a me issue, I think. It's hard to diagnose something when there's such a glaring problem like poor consistent sleep schedule. I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where there could be other issues, but you could never really know so long as you're doing all the wrong stuff with your sleep schedule. Like, I don't know. It'd be like going to someone who, who has the worst diet imaginable and they're like, I have health issues. And you're like, I wonder why. Like, maybe there's also another issue, but I don't even know how you could begin to diagnose it when there's such an obvious issue, which is my sleep schedule is horrible. So that's probably the big issue. But anyway, that's a thing I need to work on. Tea sounds good. It is good. Tea is good. It's hot right now, though. It's too hot, actually. Doing all right. Just tired. Yesterday was the Paris Manga Convention. Got to meet Art Germ, so it was pretty nice. Oh, that sounds awesome. Just bought a ring. I would have loved to get an Art Germ commission, but it was like either 350 euro or 100 or 1,500. And well, I barely had 50 euro on me for the whole day. Dang. Who's Art Germ? Art Germ is an artist. You can Google their art, and I think they do also lots of YouTube stuff. They're a popular artist. I realized that wasn't a very that was a no-brainer answer on my part. Sorry. I don't know. Art Term is an artist. Got it. Yeah. Well, they're popular enough you can Google them. Let's put it that way. Okay. Anyway, time to do art. This is what we did last stream, by the way, Sal. No fairies. It was just a simple. Oh, speaking of snow, it is. Is it still snowy outside? Oh yes, it's completely snowy outside. It is. It was snowing like so. When I went to work, I went to work at like 1 a.m. and it was like kind of sprinkling. But by the time I was done with work, it is so snowy, like outside. It was like a winter wonderland. That's kind of cool. It has a lovely color palette, very pastelly. Yeah, I like it. It was fun. But anyway, yeah, it's very snowy outside for me. I love it, and I gotta walk home in the snow, which I actually really enjoy. As I was leaving, I swear I have a coworker who's always so like what do you call it, concerned, like, oh my gosh, it's snowing and cold. It's like you really gotta get a car. It's like I would so much rather walk in this super nice fluffy snow and it's just like a magical winter wonderland than to like be on the road afraid of slipping, having other people run into me. Like, no, I don't want to be driving in the snow. Like, I like walking in the snow, but everyone always seems to be like, oh, that sounds horrible, and just like, what's wrong with people? Why the snow is great. Like, sure, if it's too cold, then dress appropriately. But I don't know, as long as you have shoes that don't have holes in them and I don't know, avoid puddles. It's great. It's not too far of a walk either. But anyway, yeah, snow is awesome. I love it. And anyway, time to do some art. I didn't take any photos though. I should have taken photos. Okay, what do I want to paint today? I don't know. I guess we could paint some snow. I was thinking of painting something with stairs, so maybe some snow and stairs. Yeah, don't walk in snow with holes in shoes. Yeah, I mean, I think as long as you're dressed appropriately, I feel like snow is fantastic. Um, if you start adding other elements, it can get a bit annoying. Like if there's lots of if it's extremely slushy, right? Lots of water and rain and also snow, then it can get a bit much. Or if it's really windy and cold and snowy, like I think once you start piling on the elements, then it can become a bit much. But if it's just snow, I don't know. I like snow. Not a big fan of slushy snow though. Like once it starts melting, it's kind of gets ugly and stuff. But on the whole, I like snow. I think my least favorite, I don't know, element or thing is just rain. Tons of rain is annoying. Because then if you're going somewhere and you get wet, then you have to try to dry off, and it can be hard because you probably didn't change the clothes. But I mean, I suppose even then you can dress appropriately, but maybe that's just because I'm always underprepared for rain. I hardly even have an umbrella, so and when I do, I never bring it anywhere. So then I'm like always caught. Like I might go to work and come home, but after while I'm at work, it starts raining. So suddenly I'm gonna be soaked by the time I get home, which is fine, but it's a little annoying. Anyway, yeah, time to do some art. Basil says, "So I fell today. Oh no, landed on your knee on cement. Oof, hurts, but a good excuse to just art tonight. Ooh, that sounds painful. I felt it just reading it. You know how when you read something about someone else hurting themselves, like you get like a sharp, like a tingle. Does that ever happen to you guys? That's to me. Uh, Homicide FRR. Thank you for the follow. How are you? Like whenever I think about like someone cutting themselves like with a knife, and it's like, oh, I was cutting an orange and it slipped, and I get like this shiver, this horrible like, even if I'm just like holding a knife and I imagine myself like, I don't know, getting injured, like somehow, it's like it sends like a shock through my body, and it's like I can feel like it's, I don't know what you call it, but it's this sensation and it's horrible. I don't know. I think our body has a lot of responses like that. Even like with tasting sour stuff, like if you're about to eat something sour, your body can anticipate it, and it's like, oh, I better prepare for eating sour stuff. Empathy pains, I think. Uh, so when do you draw? Hopefully right now. I'm trying to figure out well, kind of what I want to draw. This sort of chatting. I swear I'm gonna in the next 2.5 hours or 3.5 hours. I will make a painting. I swear, it's happening. Um, but yeah, so basically I start out by doing a bunch of little just idea sketches, and I try to figure out what I want to paint. Um, and then we vote on one of them, and then I turn it into something. Joe draw. I do draw. I'm a little tired today, and so it might take me a moment to actually start. Sometimes I rant quite a bit. But yeah, right now I'm just kind of playing around with colors, trying to find something that might be fun to work with. Um, yeah, I don't really have any big plans. So I'm open to suggestions. I mean, I always paint environments though, so it's, it kind of would have to be in line with what I want to paint. I've never seen Joe make art. I definitely don't have art I watched Joe make. Yeah, totally. Never painted in my life. First time. Hi. No. But yeah, how are you? Hope you're doing well, Homicide. And yeah, I realize it's strange for me to have. Actually, I'm curious because this is gonna be a stupid question, maybe. What brought you into stream today? Because if you're anything like me, which you probably aren't because you clicked on my stream, I wouldn't have clicked on my stream if all I saw was a blank canvas, right? I typically click on streams because I see something that I like, and I think it's interesting that there are new people here when all I have is a bunch of gray squares. I see a house in a forest. Oh, okay, okay. So it was the thumbnail. This. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so this is what I painted like 2 days ago. I mean, technically I worked on it a little bit after stream. But yeah, okay. I see. But yeah, hello Dan 1018. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Vana says I painted a turtle for art book club today. Oh, let's take a look. No, that is a cute turtle. That is a really cute turtle. It looks like I don't know. I feel like I want to see it actually in motion because I feel like it would have a really cute animation. Joe draws. I'm also very tired today. Anyway. Oh, actually, this is what I did last stream. This yesterday or last streams was pretty simple. It's just an environment, but kind of snowy. I think I was starting to hint at some sort of uh buildings or architecture in here, which I kind of like. I sort of want to follow through on this theme today. Maybe some sort of architecture stuff, you know, in the hills, monument type things. So, for example, like I could do that kind of thing here, where you put some monuments and maybe that's what these are. Maybe we're underneath some sort of structure. So these could be entire. This could be some sort of building or something, which is kind of a fun idea. I don't know. I like the idea. I think like old ancient ruins are always a good idea. I agree, Joe. I want to see it animated. Yeah, it has really good. Yeah, I really like that turtle. It's really adorable. Okay. Not sure I like these colors. Actually, I'm just gonna keep moving on, and then we can come back to something if we want. Because I just need a warm up. I gotta get the art juices flowing. I hate that term. Get the juices flowing. Anyway, I yeah, I need to get the art vibes. Let's see. What else could I paint? Something with some I do want to do architecture, I think. Okay, I have an idea. We're gonna do some very low, very low horizon line. Just so that I can start. Ooh, actually, I kind of like this. What if I bring this into like blues? No, not that. Go. Just give them good art juices. Sips, heart. Yeah, that's tea. I don't know. Get in the flow. Shake off the rust. Warm up. Get artsy. Work up the creativity. So many other ways. Get artsy. That sounds like a catchphrase or something. Like I could see like a YouTuber like ready to get artsy or something. I don't know. I feel like there's probably a YouTuber out there who starts their intros like that. Hmm. This. Hold on. This is too goalposty. Let me change up composition. All right, I'm gonna try something. I like the idea of stuff on a hill. Milk our wait, milk the area it uses for metaphorical art cow. Ew, no thanks. That is a that yeah no. Uh, no thanks. I'll pass. I had a hunch when I mentioned art juices that this was gonna get not fun real quick. Um, hmm. Yeah, that's something. Maybe there's a stairway here, and then maybe there's more stairs back here. Sorry, I had to. No, it's okay. I wouldn't expect anything else from people here in chat. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's good. It was you saying you didn't like the phrase that caused it. Yeah, probably. Something like that. I'd like to think that I mean, I kind of knew it was coming. Like I I was hoping it didn't. I'm very politely. Wait, what do you mean by you're very sorry, I just got confused. But yeah, how hope you're wait, was that in response to how are you doing? But anyway, Dan says, "Hi, nice to meet you." But yeah, hi. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're well today. Okay. Yeah, here's something. I do like I mean, we could do some sort of buildings in the background. Maybe something a little larger. Maybe some blue. Hold on. Let's bring in that bluish color. It's funny that this looks blue to me, but it's not. We're gonna put an actual blue though. And then I'm just gonna use a mixer or a mixing brush and just kind of add some of this blue into the shadows. Because if I have a blue light and it's bouncing into the shadows, they're like without even knowing what color any of this stuff is, I feel like it would be justified to put some blue in here. And there. Maybe there's some maybe there's some yellow. There we go. I feel like this is gonna be a pretty nice color palette. Maybe there's some stuff in the background. We need some overlapping shapes. There's a shape here with a darker shape that overlaps. Maybe these are like statues. So there's, I'm going to draw like a figure, character, shoulders, maybe a stick salesman, a big staff. And then back here, there's going to be some other buildings or something. Or maybe there's another statue here. It'll go off the page. And then there's these little stairs. So yeah, I feel like this is kind of a cool vibe. It's almost like a, I don't know, a valley, or not a valley, but just like some deserty feeling place with these like stairs. Maybe there's some like ruins and rubble. That would be a fun thing to paint, I feel like. Maybe this is larger. Not bad. Yeah, let's do that. Uh-oh, my chat stopped. Uh-oh, looks very fun. What about a top-down view? Imagine flying, seeing something from above. Yeah, we could do that. I can do that. I don't really like, I'll admit, I think it's harder. There are certain types of paintings that I feel like I need a really concrete thing. Maybe it's just because I'm lazy. Must keep chat alive. Yeah, I kind of yeah, I'm very politely laugh out loud. I see. I meant polite. Oh, okay, hold on. I caught back up. Yeah, chat stopped scrolling for me and I couldn't see it. But yeah, so there are some paintings that I have a hard time just sketching, just sort of like I am now, just coming up with ideas on the fly. And I think looking down directly at stuff, very much, bird's eye view, is really hard for me because you almost just by default, you have a lot less information, right? You don't, it's kind of like painting faces head on with flat lighting. It's not that, it's just something I tend to avoid, right? It's not because it's impossible. and I can't do it. But I feel like I'm what do you call it? Like I'm starting off with the handicap kind of, right? Like I have less information. If I can do like looking down and forward type things, but like directly above, it's really hard for me to just sketch stuff and make it look good. Um, I'm okay with sort of downward looking views quite a bit, but if it's like completely from above, I feel like I have to have a story in mind or an idea in mind ahead of time. Otherwise, oftentimes I just don't know what to put. It's kind of like when I'm painting interiors, right? It's like I know that indoor spaces are typically designed, they have a function. So if I don't know what the function is, I don't know what to put in the room, right? I don't know what forms to make stuff, right? If I'm drawing a bathroom is very different than if I'm drawing a living room, right? Or if I'm drawing a library. Like these, it's not just what do I put in it, it's the actual function of the space that changes. So I almost have to know what I'm drawing ahead of time because there's just some information that is it's almost too important. Anyway, I wonder if airplane pilots are better at bird's eye view paintings. I mean, so it's not so much that. So I think my example with the bird's eye view, it's not so much that I can't draw it. It's more that I feel like I need a reason. Like I need a story. I don't really enjoy drawing just, here's looking down at a river, It's like I don't like almost like drawing maps, right? It's just not really something that I do a lot of. But we can do some paintings looking downward. Hey Joe, maybe this is a silly question, but what are the key aspects to differentiate a dense normal forest and a fey forest? I mean, I would just say lighting because I think with fantasy paintings and you adding I mean there are paintings. I mean I'm not an expert in fae lore and fantasy stuff like that, but there are real life photos that look magical just because of the lighting. Like you might get like a morning misty fog that covers the forest floor with like a purple light bouncing around. Like you can find actual photos that look absolutely magical. Um, so I think a lot of it, I mean, same thing if you've ever seen like you know like those cherry blossom or cherry trees with when they're in full bloom and you have like cherry blossoms and there's like snow or maybe not snow on the ground, but like sometimes there's certain images that if you get the right lighting and the right time of day and it can almost just look magical, right? And I think those types of things. So yeah, I mean, I think the lighting is the for me that's the key aspect because like if I go not that I don't think I'm great at it, but like for me what makes this different is I mean I guess scale too. Oftentimes fairy forests or the fae. Yeah, I don't know. I think typically I don't think it's a density issue. Yeah, I think I don't know. Yeah, I think just lighting. Sometimes it's a matter of like having lighting penetrate the deep trees that maybe it wouldn't in real life. So you have like a also I think oftentimes in real life you don't see that much plant growth underneath like dense forests, right? It's everything is canopy up high, underneath is like no leaves, just bark, and then there's like the wooded the woody, dirty ground, right? You don't oftentimes you don't get a dense undergrowth, right? And I think the a quality that I think of when I think of the Fae as a place is sort of there's always life growing, right? Stuff can grow in this dense undergrowth, even though the trees are huge and there's like this little dappled lighting coming in. You still have all this lush, vibrant plant life. You still get flowers and birds and animals. I feel like that's not very common, right? Typically, I think if you have like when I think of a dense like an evergreen forest, let me do this. Like just type in But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's places like for example, an image like this. Let me just take this. An image like this, right? This is just like the underbrush of like an old growth forest, right? I think with the right amount of lighting change, I think this painting would look like the Fae, right? I don't think this is that unusual. I think if you were to take this and oops, not that, and do like an overlay, grab a pink or purple, get some lighting in here. Let's see if I can't do this right. Add some lighting in here. Like I think lighting's a big part of it. That right? Like wouldn't this look like the Fae suddenly because it has like a night lighting, right? It has like this undergrowth. Maybe you even get some lighting coming in here. I don't know. I'm just messing around here. Like I don't know, I feel like you could totally turn this into something, right? Maybe there's like I think blue light can make stuff look really magical. Maybe this doesn't make it look that way. Hold on. Let me erase some of the pink overlay. Yeah, maybe blue overlay or color dodge could do it. No, I don't know. But like I do think lighting makes things look a lot more magical, right? Like I don't think this place was particularly magical before, but if you get the right amount of lighting, you crank up the saturation. I don't know. I think you can make stuff look pretty, right? Like this is suddenly becoming kind of magical vibes. I don't know. So I think lighting's a big part of it. Like I guess it's hard for me not to be a little biased here because I'm a sucker for lighting. And I think just vibrant colors can really do a lot to make something more magical. Like I didn't change this image at all other than just colors, and I feel like already it's not looking real, right? It's looking otherworldly. Oh my god, this is obnoxious. The construction begins again. I feel like they just wait until I'm streaming. So I don't know what's gonna happen. I might go insane here. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's an interesting thing to explain or to explore though. An angry crow that followed someone back to their house. That forest is missing an Ewok. Agreed. Oh my gosh, the hammering. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna lose it by the end of stream. No crazy, no crazy. Oh my god. But okay. Anyway, I'm gonna try to I apologize beforehand. Maybe I should turn myself down a little bit. I don't know. Let me know if it gets too bad. If there's any annoying sounds coming from the mic and it's obnoxious, please let me know. I don't want you may not be able to hear it, or maybe you can. Well, it's not here right now. They actually stopped. But yeah, let me know though if it's annoying. And I can turn myself down. I am not a good judge of it. I just automatically assume the worst. And if it is bad, I want to know about it, right? I don't want people to be like, "Oh, it's not too bad," as everyone, who comes in leaves in 30 seconds because it is bad, right? I get that the regulars are gonna be okay, right? You guys know. I don't know. I think they're just doing. I think maybe the people in the apartment next door left and they're taking the opportunity to renovate it or something. I don't know. I'm not really sure. It's a little clunkier version of a keyword. That's annoying. Well, maybe if Kath comes, she'll be yeah, she'll enjoy this. Anyway, but yeah, so let's see. Top down, imagine weird rocks very tall and looking like spires. There's a waterfall, a lake, maybe a dig. The sound that I'm dealing with right now is obnoxious. I'm very far. Yeah, I mean, I think painting something that's looking downward is not bad, right? And I can do that pretty easily. Paint a thumbnail. No, thanks. That's not. No. I think it's a lot louder for me because you guys, I have a suppressor on, and so it there's certain sounds that it's not going to pick up. But for me, it's almost like I can't even hear myself talk. Uh, you know those memes of like, this is what your upstairs neighbors are doing, and it's like them like playing basketball and like clanking pots and pans and like drilling, always doing construction. I feel like I'm living that right now. I am living those memes of like the ridiculous neighbors. Which again, it's the middle of the day. It is louder for you? Oh, I know it's extremely loud for me. A living meme. Yeah. Okay. So, looking downward at stuff, we are going to. Okay, so I'm going to start because right now, see, when I do this, it doesn't look like we're looking down at anything. But if I come up here and add some shapes, like rocks or something in here, right? And I make these the tops of something. Okay. So yeah, the tops of something. Good old hammering away. Maybe there's little peaks that set up. A lot of times when I do stuff from bird's eye view, and this doesn't really look like bird's eye view, I realize, at least not yet. Um, Someone is knocking at your door, Joe. Did you ever see the movie Pacific Heights? I don't think so. I don't think so, Jim Gleason. For sure, I can't hear it at all. It's crazy when you hear loud noises through noise suppression. Yeah, yeah. Someone's at my door. Someone's not at my door. It's gonna. I'm glad that's all it sounds like though, because well, well, well. If it isn't my favorite Joe, how's it going, Neo? How are you? Okay, so here's this. I do want it to look like we're looking downward a bit though. So, and I think this is gonna look. I mean, this isn't like super far down, right? We're not looking at the very top of stuff, really. But I do feel this is okay as far as I don't know if it even reads well yet. Maybe there's some structures here. The movie Pacific Heights is about a tenant that does things to drive the actual residents from their house and gain ownership of the house for business purposes. I think I'm living in that. I'm living in that movie. But yeah, how are the new you got new glasses? That's exciting. I always like getting new glasses. Eye doctor. So normally I don't like scheduling appointments for myself for I mean or just ever. Not I mean I guess technically somebody else too. But like I don't like scheduling appointments to the dentist, to the doctors, to that kind of thing. I will say though, and maybe it's because money is always a concern. So it's like, oh my God, I know I'm gonna spending money. And it's like, okay, unless something's wrong, it's hard to justify it. But I will say eye doctors is always like there's almost no stress. It's one of the least stressful things for me because it's always an improvement, right? You never I feel like that sounds begin, but I feel like it's never the case. Like maybe some people do dread the eye doctors because they think they're gonna hear some bad news. I don't feel like that. Like I know my eyes suck, and yes, my eyes are always gonna be getting worse, but I always leave having better vision, right? Like you will always they'll always kind of top you off, right? It's like you're you know you're gonna get your upgrade prescription and it's gonna be accurate and you're gonna leave either the same or better, that you're going to be able to either see better or the same as when you win, right? You're never going to be like you find out that you have to stop, I don't know, doing your day-to-day stuff. Like yeah, I actually like going to the eye doctor kind of. And that's a weird thing to say, but I think that's of all the doctors, the eye doctors are my favorite. Obviously, that's different if you have an actual issue, and you have to schedule an eye exam because your eye's hurting. That's very different. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about regular checkups. But yeah. Yes, you love them. You had glasses with scratches for the last few months. Now I finally fresh, high quality, nice ones is also make you feel better because I like them. Exactly. Yeah, that's yeah. You can just I think this would be cool, but let me try something. I'm gonna make a new layer, and maybe I guess I like the idea of. Do I like the idea of waterfalls? I mean, I like the idea of like this cliff area, right? We have little mountains, like a mountain cliff area. Maybe there is waterfalls somewhere. I don't know how that would work. Maybe something like that. And then maybe there's like rocks that come this way. Hmm. Let's cover all that up. I mean, so we could put like waterfall stuff back here. Yeah, just make it way brighter. Like a lake. And then maybe there's other towers and stuff up here as well. So I realize we're not really looking down as much anymore. I'm kind of flattening out the perspective a little. But maybe there's these little peaks. Maybe in these peaks there's something behind them, sort of a fog. Maybe not. Maybe that's not a good idea. What else can we do? I feel like the only thing that this stream really needs to go with the construction sounds in the background are an internet outage. I feel like that's what I need right now. Is my internet service to just decide to go out, but not like totally out. Just slows down enough for that people disconnect, and then it'll come back, and then it'll go out again. I feel like that's what's gonna happen today. It's gonna be one of those days. I really like the moon perspective you're sculpting. Yeah. Also, I like the term sculpting because that is kind of what I'm doing. Joe is such a genius in that. I don't know about that. I don't think. I mean, yeah, I don't like to overplay or what's the word? I don't know. I don't think doing art. I guess maybe there is a form of genius in art. I don't know. Maybe I don't think so. I would never call myself that, certainly, but I don't know. I always feel weird when people say that, especially about me. I mean, I'm especially bad at taking compliments, and I realize that. But I always feel weird being like, "Oh, that person's a musical genius." Like, I don't know. Like, I just really like their stuff, but like, do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a like you're adding some quality to them that they probably don't feel that of themselves, and like I don't know, like they're how do I describe it? If someone just calls you a genius at something, like how do you respond? Like, oh yes, I know, stroke your ego, kind of like no, you're like what? Like no, I'm just a normal person, right? Like even somebody who, let's say, is undeniably good, like right, like maybe you are the Magnus Carlsen, world chess champion, right? Or maybe you are, 5-time Grammy winner, Emmy, or what are the music ones? I don't know, music award winner. Like, maybe you've won all these awards and people clearly like your stuff. You're the most popular artist for many years in a row. Like, like the Taylor Swift of artists, right? Like everybody knows her name. She's extremely popular, right? But I feel like if someone's like, "Oh, you're such a musical genius," all she'd be able to say is like, "Oh, thank you." Like, there's not like a, "Oh, yes, totally." Like, no, she's just probably has a team of people who can help her. She gets to spend her time doing the things she enjoys. Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, it's a rant. A streamer I watch then and when literally react always reacts the same to comments. Hey, thank you. It never makes it awkward. Can recommend. Are you suggesting I just say, "Hey, thank you"? See, I don't know. I mean, it is a compliment. I understand it's a compliment, but I'm just really bad at taking compliments. I don't know how to do it, and also, not ones that I feel like put me on a pedestal. But then because I don't know it's weird. I don't know. Anyway, Fortnite Kid 15, thank you for the follow. I even reformulated it for you. You just ignore it. No, I saw it. I was just busy ranting. Uh, it's very inspiring to you. You love finding moods and ideas through Joe's art. No, I got it, but I appreciate it. I think Joe is it. No, stop. Genius at streaming next door construction. Oh yes, total genius. Yep. You know what? You might be onto something. But see, I guess that's kind of something. Okay, I know you're making a joke, but I'm gonna pretend you're not because I actually think there's like I could see a world hypothetically where somebody is does something like that, that isn't even in their control. It works really well, and they're like, "Oh, I'm just gonna keep doing this because clearly people liked it." And then people are like, "Oh, you're a genius." It's like, "How did you think of this?" It's like, "Well, you see, it's just do lots of different things and see what works, right?" And then you just do that, and it's like, "Oh, you're a genius." It's like, no, you just stumbled on something that works, right? It'd be like any of the big YouTubers or streamers who are constantly trying new things, right? There's always this sense of like, oh, you're so good at what you do, and like what are your secrets? And a lot of it's just like, I don't know, keep doing it, care about quality, and keep trying new things, and also dumb luck. Anyway, ad quote, Joe, I know you're making a joke, but I'm gonna pretend you're not. Yeah. I like to respond to comments as if they're totally serious. Like because I think sometimes there's truth behind even jokes. Yeah, we have a lot of quotes. Yeah, it's a lot. Okay, what do I want to do in this? Ooh, is this? This is kind of cool. Can I do an overlay here? I think this could be kind of cool. But yeah, also knowing that's true, but sometimes you just have good feedback, right? Sometimes it's a matter of sometimes things aren't even like there's sometimes misconceptions about how people get popular in the first place, right? I mean, for example, sometimes it's just a discoverability issue on at least on Twitch, right? Just because somebody is unknown doesn't mean they're bad, and just it's kind of like the how people look at Instagram or Twitter or not Twitter. Let's just not use Twitter, but like let's say Instagram, right? And somebody is really popular, people always assume that that's like an accurate measurement of how good they are as an artist, and then people post on Instagram themselves and they don't get a lot of views, and it's like, oh, I just must not be very good, right? And that to me is absurd and it's a terrible way of thinking. It's not logically consistent. It just doesn't make any sense. But a lot of people will use the amount of views and likes that their stuff gets as a metric for how good their art is, right? And then suddenly they have that like random thing blow up and then they get a bunch of views and followers and then they know that it was just a pure dumb chance, but for some reason people will still treat it like, oh wow, they must really know what they're doing, right? And it's, I like yes, maybe they were, I don't know. Yeah, there's a ton of noise, and it you well also, I mean, just remember that you can any social media unless it's designed for art, you probably have a better chance of gaining followers by not posting art, right? Post political memes or or I don't know, just photos of something. Like you probably like art is not the biggest followers on Twitter aren't artists, right? Well, maybe musical artists or people who are already famous for something, maybe art related. But no, most of the time the biggest people on any platform are not artists. Like it's not. So to assume that people who do well who post art is because their art is good is a kind of a silly thing to even think about because the art might actually be one of the things making them not have a lot of followers, right? Like if you want a lot of art, do other things, right? I mean, or sorry, if you want a lot of followers. Now, obviously, you should be comparing artists to other artists, I guess, if you want to be keeping things consistent. But like the fact that growth clearly isn't dependent on how good your art is just it. I don't know, but I think a lot of people think it is. And obviously, to me, an account with a million followers, an account with 0 followers, I don't care what art you post on that million follower account, you're going to get more likes, right? It could be a blank sheet of paper and you're going to get a lot of likes. And if that 0 follower account literally paints the best artwork ever, whatever that would mean, they're probably not going to get anywhere near the whatever that million follower account gets because they just reach more people, right? So it has nothing to do with the quality. It has to do with their existing follower count. And that is just sometimes it's a matter of time. Sometimes, consistency helps. Again, posting political memes might get you a thing. So anyway, there's just so many reasons why it's not a good metric to compare yourself to other people and it or at least on social media and yeah, it's just not a very useful metric for anything. Like if you want to do good social media, you just have to do the social media stuff and hope that you grow over time. And if you don't, then you're not probably doing the social media stuff right. But it's not about art. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there because I think sometimes compliments, to bring this all back to compliments, sometimes it feels like people are complimenting you on like your follower count kind of like oh, you do such great art. I don't know. I don't really think I do. I do a lot of it, and I think it's a skill that anyone can build up. And yes, maybe I have put a lot of time into this thing, but I don't feel like I'm, I don't know, not sure where I'm going with this. Anyway, thank you for your compliment. uh, that's totally what I was saying. Anyway, but I think I killed the perspective here. That's because you have put a lot of color dodge into that thing. Or yeah, or that. Or I know how color dodge works, and so people are like, oh, it looks so nice. You used color dodge, you know, something like that. A little bit, but I love it. No. But yeah, I do think social media though, if again, I will sometimes spend time on that the artist lounge subreddit, and I swear I don't know. I don't think that is a good representation of artists in general. But my goodness, I think people are like if there's ever been an argument for why social media is harmful, that subreddit I feel like is a perfect example of it. Now, I also heard a funny stat about like social media and stuff, and there was some big survey amongst like high schoolers. So like what 16 to no 4 what is it 14 to 18 I guess uh and no I'm social media pro oh god no I'm not I don't even do social media that much I don't even spend much time on well I spend a lot of time on it but I don't actively try to grow but there was some fairly large survey amongst high school teenagers asking them that two questions one do they think social media well essentially they were asking them does social media is social media bad right that was kind of the big question so but they did it in a kind of a clever way so I think they did technically three surveys but the first one was basically is social media bad and everybody unanimously pretty much says yes we all think it's bad and like it's harmful and then they broke it down into two separate questions and they asked do you feel like social media is harmful to you or like beneficial or somewhere in the middle or like give it I don't know if they gave it a number and then they asked do you think it's harmful for others and pretty much across the board people said they don't feel like it affects them but they see it affect other people which is kind of how I feel about it too like I think that would be my response like I don't feel like it really affects me but I see so many people who are like eating themselves up enough to like ask a random group of strangers online like in a panic like oh my gosh I don't know what how do I do social media this is stressing me out I'm pulling out my hair like I'm not growing and how do I grow and maybe my art's not good enough and like people are like spiraling it downward out because of social it's insane I don't know how like it's really upsetting to see it and it's I feel like it's everywhere in that subreddit yeah exactly and obviously everybody is but like I also feel like I in this regard though I really like I'm sure I'm influenced in other ways because I'm constantly talking about it and so that's probably a way um but I do feel like I'm not negatively influenced by at least in not that way like I don't think because I kind of feel like it's I think of it more as like a watching a train wreck, right? Like I don't think it's good to watch a burning train, right? I don't think it's necessarily good, but I think as long as you're not like on the train, like I'm not like, "Oh, look, that train's going to crash. Let me go get on it." Like I feel like I'm kind of an observer, And that's like I don't really buy into the at least I don't think I do. I don't think I buy into the BS of like social media for artists and thinking that my art is no good because I don't have a million followers. And thinking that like I don't really buy in like I feel like I'm not overvaluing the numbers on social media and what they represent. I feel like I have a fairly normal or realistic view of it. That's my impression. Maybe I don't. I could be wrong. But I do feel like I have a fairly accurate or at least consistent view of social media as it regard of what the numbers mean, of how you grow, what influences it, and sort of what conclusions can you draw from various things with your art. And I feel like when I look at like the Artist Lounge subreddit, I do not get the sense that other people are anywhere near as level-headed. Again, I'm probably wrong, right? Often, like Cass pointed, uh, sorry, I just called you Cass. Like Neo pointed out, um, right? It's like, oh, everyone is influenced, but not me. No, no. But it's weird because I'm sure I am, but I really do feel like I'm the sane one in this. I think most of my numbers on Instagram are bots. See, like, I don't even care what most of my numbers are. It honestly doesn't matter. I mean, even if they are bots, I don't try to get any meaningful information out of it other than I've been on Instagram for 5 years and I've slowly grown very slowly. And like, there's nothing, you know, you don't need to apologize. I know, but it's art time. Let's go. Okay, I'll do a quick 5 minute sketch. Oh, hold on. But yeah, so I don't know. I do feel like social media and art is just a weird thing. It's kind of like, okay, I'm gonna go into a really hot topic. And it's not that hot anymore. It's kind of simmer. It's cooled down. But when NFTs became like a thing, right? Remember when like you people were kind of unsure, like, is this a big thing? But like it's bad for the environment, and like so maybe it's a bad thing, or maybe it's gonna be a thing, maybe not. And like yeah, these are the feta brush, yeah. And like people weren't really sure, remember? And like there was this period in time where everyone is like, okay, this is ridiculous and stupid, and other people are like, yeah, but it's a way for artists to make some money. And then I feel like very quickly I kind of got the impression that NFTs have nothing to do with art, right? It has nothing to do with the art. It has to do with the seller, right? If a celebrity makes an NFT, they can sell it, right? If it doesn't matter what it is, it could be a finger painting. And then if somebody really skilled makes something amazing, it doesn't matter if they're unknown. Like it's not about the seller, right? That was a conclusion that I feel like was very obvious the second you even looked at the platform. It's entirely reputation based, right? Art is irrelevant. It could be a blank page. It could be literally anything, right? And yet people were kept on pitching it as if like this is, oh wow, your art's so good, you should do this. You should make an NFT. And I'm over here thinking, are you delusional? Like this has nothing to do with art. This isn't about art. This is about people selling random things or, whatever. It could be art, but, an image most of the time. And people buying it not because of the image, but because of the person selling it. And I feel like there were still people who, when they tried to sell stuff and it's like, oh, why is nobody buying my stuff? Right? And then it like as if somehow it affects like, oh no, I must not be very good. No, it has nothing to do with quality. But like people would buy into that and not only would they buy in, they would go hard into it. And even when it's clear it's not the case that people didn't care about the art, they would still be dumping money in and like trying to do this thing. I don't know, it was kind of mind-blowing. And I'm still not sure why people don't get it. I don't know. Anyway, Yeah, I will do it by minute. I created an NFT just to create it. Yeah, I actually created one. Well, I never minted it. I don't think I ever minted. I kind of did the whole process, and it was like, I don't even, maybe I did it wrong because I don't think I was ever even prompted to pay money. I never paid money for it. But yeah, early on I did. I made one. I actually tried to find it the other, like 2 days ago. I couldn't. And I also don't even know if I know my wallet number or whatever. So like I'd have to, I don't know, I'm pretty sure even if I somehow, you don't, okay, so yeah. Well, I thought you did early on, but then I kind of, I don't know. I probably didn't, but anyway. Yeah, so I couldn't find it. So I'm pretty sure, I don't know what's wrong, why I couldn't find it. I don't know. I don't even know how to sign in. But anyway, the point is that, yeah, I mean, I tried it just to like see what it was about because I knew that, as a streamer, somebody who talks about this stuff, right? I need to know a little bit about it. Yeah, I think I was on Rarible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was on Rarible. I don't remember. Anyway, NFTs are dumb. But at the time, I was just kind of curious, just like everybody else, and I didn't have a super strong opinion on it. But anyway, I think it was just my whole point was that there are still to this day, even people who are. Oh, can you turn on? Yes, I can. Sorry. Captions. But even to this day, there are people who, despite obviously being extremely anti NFTs, right? Like you probably should be because they're ridiculous and stupid. Um, they still kind of have this impression that you could sell stuff just because you have good art, right? And that is such a not that anyway. It's kind of like thinking that you're not a good artist if you don't have a lot of followers, right, on social media. Those two things are not correlated almost at all. Maybe slightly correlated, but absolutely not causal, right? Anyway. All right. Yes, thumbnail real quick. Let's do a 5-minute thumbnail. Let me add up the timer. Let me add the timer. Bring up this 1 second. There's that. But yeah, how are you, Mooney? Afternoon to 2CS. How are you? In my honest opinion, if social media were more focused on collaboration and competition with different people, attitudes would be easy to find companies to create projects and even about. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I. There was a person who made a site kind of like that, and I actually wasn't. I don't want to say I wasn't a huge fan. I think it would be really cool, but my only issue with that kind of thing is that I feel like it's social media for artists, and I feel like you don't need many different social media platforms for artists by artists, right? You really need one, which would be like a portfolio website like ArtStation. Um, and then there's like fun communities like Reddit to share, like or maybe even Twitter, but like I don't feel like you need a designated place like Instagram for artists. Um, I feel like they end up just being people promoting themselves to other artists and like look at me or maybe some like pats on the back, but it never really feels genuine. And I feel like what I would want in a social media is a non-art place, right? And this is what I think the appeal of Instagram was, is that your mom probably has an Instagram, right? Your brothers or sisters or your sister or your aunts or your uncles, they probably have a social media, right? The random people who work in your hometown, right, who do different professions, they have an Instagram, right? People who might actually want to buy art from you, they have Instagrams. So you are in an area where everyone can see it, right? If someone says, "Hey, what do you do?" and you say, "I'm an artist," and they're like, "Oh, do you have a? Can I see?" and you're like, "Yes, here's my Instagram," right? That person can go and see your art and they can follow you, right? And they can interact. They could also share your art. Like that is not something that can happen on a platform that is built only for artists, right? It because nobody except other artists will have an account. So I don't even care at all about having a place for artists by artists. Like that to me is the least important place to post your art. Um, I don't know. That's my take on it. Maybe I just don't care much about social media. But anyway, I'm good. How about you? I just like art, and I would like to learn how to make funds. How to make funds? What do you mean make funds? Also, I am going to start the 5-minute thumbnail. And then we're gonna pick one eventually. Not yet, like in like an hour, and then we're gonna vote and yeah. So like this kind of thing is what we typically do on stream. Anyone here have any connection to art storefronts? No. Oh yeah, this was another painting that we did. Oh, not that. We didn't do that. That was a. But yeah, so these are kind of what we do on stream. Lots of little paintings. But anyway, I'm gonna do a 5-minute thumbnail. Let's start the timer. Oh, that's already running. It says, beep boop. There, go. So yeah, I don't know. I guess for me, social media, I don't really care to have one. Like I don't really. Maybe it's because I stream and I already have an outlet to like just be painting. Um, Probably a scam. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I would be skeptical, but yeah, I mean, no harm in communicating with people. I just wouldn't, if there's anything that requires you to do a ton of work, I wouldn't do it. I feel like artists already do enough upfront work that having people make you jump through hoops to do potential things is not, at least not for me. It's not a thing that I like. I'm actually kind of, yeah. You need to go. It was a pleasure to meet you, Steeler. Bye. See you, Dan. Thanks for being here. Yeah, there's a lot of scam emails though, and like messages on social media, so you guys should be careful. I don't. I always just say tread carefully. Make sure you stay in charge. And I also think what you're saying about Instagram is very interesting because the truth is that I am very embarrassed to upload my illustration, and I shouldn't so much. No, I mean it's yeah. I mean it's. I think that's something though that changes with time. I don't want to sound like an old person saying when I was your age. But I think there is an element of just like a certain amount of being comfortable with your art or why you make art or questioning sort of what is the purpose of you doing this in the first place. And to me, I don't find that social media, for example, is necessary. Like I don't like the validation aspect of it anyway is not important to me. I don't really care. Again, maybe it's because I already stream on Twitch, and so I sort of have an outlet for that. But I don't really feel like I need a place to just share my art. It's not that important to me. Like I like to post art that I know like it's good to have positive feedback. But in some ways, I don't really. I mean, in some ways, Reddit is kind of like the place you can get eyeballs without actually having a following, and I don't really need any more than that, and I don't even really post on Reddit that much. But like, if you're looking for an art job, I mean, I think ultimately, like, and maybe again, maybe I'm a little privileged in this, but man, I don't think privileged is the right word for me here. Also, what am I doing here? Let's change this whole thing. Hold on, I gotta real quick try something. I'm trying to just add in some colors. Maybe not that. I don't know what this is. I'm not sure what I'm painting here. I don't know what I'm painting. Hold on. I had a thought though on this topic that I wanted to talk about, but I'm gonna wait just a moment and try to remember it here in a moment. It's kind of like glowy northern lights, I guess. But I don't know what it is. Okay, whatever. We're gonna go with the northern lights looking thing. We'll make a forest. Maybe a forest? Oh, countdown's done. Okay. Anyway, there's that. Okay, so well, let's see. You need to learn how to find. So yeah, I mean, okay. So I think it depends. So, like for me, I'm in a weird position because I have a non-art job, right? And it's part-time, and I've made it part-time so that and I live extremely frugally, so that I can then focus on art, right? But I also feel like the best way to get an art job is just to get really good, right? It's not about marketing. I mean, there is an element of that, right? Obviously, people can thrive as an artist online, do like free from like independent stuff, right? Or freelance just by building an audience, right? And that has nothing to do with art, right? Again, building an audience and doing art, not necessarily the same thing, right? So you can be really good at building an audience, but not an amazing artist. Technically, you could make a living not doing art at all, right? You don't. So people who make a good living having art that isn't super amazing, they could be making a great living probably doing anything else as well, right? Because they had the marketing down. So I think, I don't know, I guess my take on this is just I would rather just keep focusing on the art and not worry about the social media, right? Not worry about constantly putting myself out there. And selling your art is more about digital marketing than the art itself. Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. So I think it depends on what kind of art job you want. If you want something where your skill is important, then I would say focus on that. And if you want something where marketing is important, then you can focus on that. But also, I think that's a really risky thing, right? That's like saying I want to be a YouTuber. I mean, art is already a hard thing to get into, and to say I want to do art and social media, that's like you're kind of it's like I want to be an actor and also an actor who acts only in artsy stuff. You're kind of taking the two, like, I mean, I guess streaming's a better example, right? Like if someone were to say, "Hey mom, I want to be a," or "Hey dad, I want to be a streamer," right? You'd be like, "You're insane. Like this is not a lucrative career." Right? The next worst thing to hear would be, "I want to be an artist," right? And now you're telling me you want to be an art streamer? Like this is absurd, right? Don't do that. Um, and I kind of feel like that with art and social media. Like it is a way, it's possible, but like that is like the worst in my opinion as far as like likelihood. Like there are other ways to make money as an artist. Wait, why? As a career, as a career, Neo. I'm saying as a career, like the likelihood that any one person's gonna earn a lot of money from that is almost none, right? If as a career path, this is like you are not doing yourself any favors, right? You streaming is already like not a great thing, right? And now you're narrowing yourself to do art streaming, which is even smaller. Anyway, but yeah, I was talking financially. Um, so yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to do art that aren't purely did you succeed on social media, right? There's lots of non-social media versions of artists, right? There are tons of different types of production art, whether it's animation or concept art or, doing 3D stuff, doing lighting and rigging and whatever kind of other art industry type jobs there are. There's so many, right? I guess you could even put graphic design in there. You could put UX design, right? There's so many different little niches within each of these industries that are all about more or less about your skill, right? It's not exactly fine art skills, right? They're these very specific sets of skills, and those to me I feel like are a little bit more meritocracy focused or meritocratic, right? I feel like at least those are like, if you are really really good at that, you can probably get a job, right? Regardless of whether you have a social media presence. Now, it's possible that you could do zero work just by being really good and having a social media presence, that then people will literally come out and offer you a job. But again, I think that's unrealistic, right? So, I don't know. I think it depends on what you want to do. Also, yeah, you could teach. Oh, I should probably be painting. You could also teach. But again, that requires probably that you're really good at what you do, right? Try to become a good teacher, become very knowledgeable. And honestly, that's more the route that I'm trying to go, right? I like art. I like learning about it. I like doing it. I want to get better. I want to be able to learn more and talk about it because I discuss. So like I enjoy the communication aspect of it. A job where the only valid way to get money is to teach others how to do said job is really flawed for it. Yeah, but I mean that's not the only way to do art. I feel that art careers are less about art and more about selling courses, selling the dream. I don't know. I don't agree. I mean, it's a skill, and if like any skill, I think selling the dream of I guess maybe ironic that I read your comment out of order or something. Maybe not irony, something else. No, I don't think that those are the only ways to make art as a career. But I think anyone who talks about social media and is focused on social media, I do think that that is more. That's not a career in art. That's a career in marketing, right? You're selling again, like you said, it's kind of selling a dream. But no, there are absolutely a lot of artists who sell art skills. Like I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot of skills that people like for the sake of having them. I do think it's a little disingenuous to tell people you can be a professional artist, guaranteed. No, I mean I would say go get a non-art job and do art on the side because you like it and try to, and you can, if things start to go upward and you think that having a career as an artist is a real shot, then go that way. But I don't think that should be the first career, right? That shouldn't be your first choice. Like I don't think you don't get into streaming because you want to make it big, right? That's a terrible option. Don't do that, right? Don't go into art because you want to make it big. Start as a hobby, start as a thing you like, and keep on pushing yourself. And if you get close and you kind of start getting the sense that, hey, this isn't a real option for me, right? Maybe it wasn't 10 years ago, but now it's a real option. Sure, then you can start leaning into it a little harder. But no, yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. I don't think you should be dumping money from the get-go to people online telling you, trying to sell you on a dream. I don't think that's good at all. Because realistically, art is one of the worst things to go into. And when I say realistic, I mean like statistically speaking, right? Like of all people who do art, what portion of them will do art professionally? Basically none, right? Like everybody likes art. Very, very few end up doing it full time. Joe tired equals ranting. Yeah. I mean, I've only been live for an hour and a half, and I've done 5 thumbnails, kind of. So no, we're making good time. On this one, ArtStation is better as you have many companies checking your art and artists out. Yeah, I mean, ArtStation is a place for artists, and art people looking to hire artists. So yeah, if you're seen on ArtStation by only 1,000 people, that might be better than being seen by 20,000 people on, say, Reddit, right? Or maybe not Reddit, say Twitter, right? Because yeah, you're being the people who are seeing your art's different. Yeah, I mean, I don't, but I disagree though that when people say like the only way to make it as an artist is to sell art courses, or the only way to make it as an artist is to have a social media following, I completely disagree with that. There are lots of art jobs that aren't that, but they are different, and you might have to actually, it's not just going to be painting whatever you want and selling that thing, right? That's not how it works. And I think a lot of times people have this idea that that is how it works. Um, so yeah, I don't know. But I still think there's value in teaching people things. I mean, it's kind of like philosophy, right? If you want to be rich, don't go be a philosophy major. But no, people like philosophy and they want to learn it and they're willing to pay, right? Because I think there is a value in learning cool stuff and learning skills and learning knowledge. I don't think you have to always do things with the goal of making a ton of money. I think you can do it because you really enjoy doing it. And with art, it is a skill. And if you want to learn how to do it and you are dedicated, you can find a good teacher and put in a few hours after your work every day or whatever and do courses or whatever, and you can level up your skills, right? It's a thing you can do. Why? Maybe because you have a story you want to write and you want to paint a, maybe you want to make an I don't know, a manga or something, or you want to do a comic book, or you want to just illustrate some images and draw, maybe you always had these ideas you wanted to draw. Like I don't know, I feel like it's a totally valid thing to want to learn how to paint and draw and pursue that. But again, I don't think this has to be a student looking for a career. It could be somebody who's had a career in a different industry for 40 years and wants to go back and try to learn this new skill. And yeah, maybe they have money to spend or something, right? I think there are, yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't agree at all that, I mean, maybe it's just the way that I interpreted what you said, because it sounded kind of like, yeah, I mean, I kind of agree that if the only thing you're selling, I mean, essentially what you're describing is like all those terrible fake internet gurus, right? Where like they're selling you on a course and pretending, yeah, and tattoo artists, exactly. Like where the fake internet gurus are selling you on a course to how to make money, but they didn't actually make their money that way. They made their money through the course they're selling. So it's like they don't actually have anything they're selling. They're just that, yeah, they're selling you on a dream or something. And that is scammy, right? That's almost just by definition a scam. It's not a like they're not selling you a real skill, right? But there are a lot of artists who do have courses who are just like good art teachers, or they actually have the skills to back it up, and that is exactly what they did get, quote unquote, famous or known. I mean, I think what's his name? Um Nathan Haw Nathan Fowkes. I think that guy, for example, like he might charge a ludicrous amount for his courses. I don't know. I don't. I think he charges a lot, but I think he's a good example where he does have a lot of real world experience doing art for games and movies, and he does know his stuff, and he people will actually, people in the industry, doing games and movies currently will point at him and be like, he knows his stuff, right? And they can kind of like, yes, that's a guy to learn from. And then, and I don't, maybe I'm wrong in this, I don't know. I'm just kind of using him as a hypothetical example, but like, I feel like he's one of those people who he's not, people only know him because he is actually good, right? He's not just marketing a ton. I mean, yes, he is marketing a little, but so I don't know. I just think I think it depends, right? There definitely are YouTubers who do the internet guru vibes, and that's probably just wrong. Probably maybe even unethical. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel great about those people, but I think we understand you. I know. I just like ranting. I'm gonna teach you how to make a lot of money. Yeah. I just rant about a lot of topics. That's kind of what I do here on stream a lot. Anyway, I like color shifting stuff. So like we have this green and I'm going to turn it into red, and whatever these are, they're red on top, green on the bottom. Maybe I shift this down into purple. A really good artist who offers courses is Rhino Tuna. Never heard of him. What kind of art does he do? But yeah, there definitely are some. I like Joe ranting over dramatic and classic music. Oh, over dramatic and classic. Yeah, it's kind of a weird combo, isn't it? It's sort of yeah, not sure how I feel about it now that I think about it. Character design, okay, nice. But yeah, I mean, I think yeah, I think art's definitely one of those luxury things where it's not always like people who pursue it aren't just doing it typically for the money, and if you are, you're an idiot. But if you act, but more than likely you actually just like art and you're like, why not do the thing that I love? And I think that's reasonable. Again, kind of like people who go into philosophy, philosophy majors. It's not because, like, really, what are the options of a career path? Not much. Teaching, writing, public speaking, maybe. Um, but there really aren't that many options, and I think that's okay. And I think it would be a sad world if the only reason anyone does anything is because it's a career option. I feel like that's sad. I don't know. I don't want to live in that world. I want to live in a world where people can do exciting things because they're exciting, and they can try to excel at things even if there isn't an obvious way to make money from it. It's like, and I mean, and this obviously happens, right? But you see it all the time with kids, people who do like those, like cup stacking tournaments, or like Rubik's Cube speed cubing, or any of these like little competitive things that are not gonna, like, there's no like real long-term prospects here, right? This is people doing these things and becoming really, really good at it because they like it, right? Now, competition is obviously its own motivator, but even then, there are still people who are going to get really good without that competition. And I feel like that is, I don't know, we need more of that in other areas in life that aren't just, if you're a kid, you can do this thing. Could I ask for? Oh, absolutely. That would be a better rant topic for me. Is stuff regarding actual painting, things I actually know about, or at least a little bit about. I'd like to think I know a bit about making environments, but But yeah, ask away, please. Trying to get some overlap here. I have a hunch that's where we're gonna end up talking about here soon. If I just have to try to predict, I'm gonna channel my inner Chat GPT. Yeah, don't. I mean, look, there are some things that are totally fine to be media. And this is actually, I was thinking about this today already. Um, my brother, he's pointed out some interesting things about like video game, like people who like play League of Legends who are good and bad at them, and sort of the differences of their opinions and how like how if he listens to someone talk about a game, he's like, I can tell you how good you are at that game, right? And I think on some level he's accurate, but I think oftentimes where it falls apart is when you have different goals. And I think if I were to apply that to art, a lot of people just have different goals with art, right? If your goal with art is to do art on a stressful day after work, you don't need to be striving for excellency, right? You can just strive for relaxation. Um, but I think if your goal is excellency, oftentimes how people talk about a thing is I feel like there is a correlation between how good they are. You can kind of get a sense of their their practice habits or their being good at something is not necessarily being good. There's some great gamers out there that I would not want to hang out with. Oh, I definitely never said that. I hope I didn't imply that. Oh God, yeah, no, definitely. There's lots of terrible people who are good at stuff. I mean, arguably more people probably. I mean, yeah, yeah, no, being a good person and being good at something have nothing to do with each other. For sure. I hope I didn't imply that. Do you think, as an artist, one of the things artists can do is separate themselves from the rat race or competition, is focus on actually something story-wise that create chamber for artistic growth? I'm not sure what you mean. Maybe. I don't know quite. So the way I'm reading your question, and I apologize if I'm wrong, are you asking like instead of focusing on the competition in the rat race, you turn your focus inward and focus on you and your artistic growth? Because I think absolutely. I would even argue most people who get really, really good at stuff do that, right? Like runners who are they're more focused on beating their personal records than they are beating the person the next lane over. Or speedrunners who are more focused on beating their personal records, right? They're not really worried about the world record. They're worried about just doing better than their previous record. And those are the people who go on to beat the world records, right? The people who get really far are the ones who are focused on improving their own scores, right? They're focused on their own growth. If you're overly focused on what other people are doing, you're not going to achieve as much. If that, I don't know if that's what you mean. Yeah, and creating something that has storytelling that separates them from the idea of everything else. Yeah, I mean, again, yeah, focusing on your own stories that you're telling, right? Focusing more on the story, focusing on what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great way to do it. Number three, oh, redeemed a print from a previous stream. Number three from March 16th. What's today? Okay. File, open. Let me go and take a look. March. Number three from March 16th. Ooh, okay, this is very fey. I think that was literally the theme of that one. Actually, I like all of these in this stream. What the heck? This was a good stream. We had some nice thumbnails in this one. Okay. That was you. Redeemed. Oh, you've redeemed a print from a pre. Okay, yeah, which one? All right. Hey, Neo, another. Okay, but yeah, I see it. I see the second redeem. I see one from Spiritless Wolf, and then I don't see Joe. How upset would you be if I redeem a thumbnail from an earlier stream to vote on, but it's interior? That's fine. Number two, please, from March 5th. Yeah, okay. Wait, which one? Number two. Okay. March 5th. Okay, file open. Wait, 5th. What? Am I confused? There was no March 5th. I see the painting, but I wanted to find the actual file. Hold on. Did I read that right? 5th of March, 2023. Am I going insane? 2021. 2021. Wait, oh wait. Okay, hold on. I'll just copy the image you posted. Okay, I was like, there was no March 5th. Okay. I was like, that one doesn't look familiar, but yeah, okay. That's fine. Copy. Okay. This'll work. It's gonna be a little pixelated because I don't know where the original file is. That'll work. It's not that date yet. That's a long time ago. So yeah, I don't actually have the folder on my computer for that far back. But yeah, this'll work. Very blobby. Hey, but we have some characters in here. That's fun. I misspelled Joe, I'm sorry. That's fine. Or you misspelled. Yeah. How do you even happen to go that far back? It might have been in Discord. Did you just keep scrolling? That's a good question. How did you? Well, I guess that's the okay. If anyone's curious what just happened, um, It Rains Honey, aka Neo, just redeemed a a thing, a thumbnail from and basically you can well, I only allow for 2 a stream because what am I trying to say? I only allow for 2 redeems because I sometimes will only go up to 7 thumbnails and then we can vote on them. But anyway, they redeemed a thumbnail from a previous stream to go into the voting pool, and they redeemed one from like 2 years ago. And they did that because in Discord I have a thumbnail archive where you can go back and see all the previous stream thumbnails and the paintings that resulted from them. So that's there. Yeah, I have an archive in Discord. If you want to join, you can go there. I try to post after stream the stuff. So yeah, that's how that happened. We're all tired today, folks. Yeah. Maybe there's some characters here. A 5-minute thumbnail. All right, I'll do one quick thumbnail. Maybe I will do another painting with a lot of people. I'm gonna do another one. I'm gonna kind of use number 6 as a reference. Number 9, it does. Okay, quick thumbnail. Let me just take a sip of my drink before I start. Also, I should probably save, just because saving is important. But yeah, there's a lot of thumbnails from many years back. Hopefully I answered the how, though, of how that you can redeem a thumbnail from over 2 years ago. So it's funny, I don't actually have the files on my computer anymore, though, because I moved them all to an external hard drive. But I do have, like, all of these folders, which isn't that many, because this is, if you do the math, this is from 198 to 3. This is almost 200 folders. But it starts at 198. So I have 200 more than this. So this is half, I guess. Not even this isn't even half. I want number 4 from November 3rd, 1997. Yeah. I wasn't doing art then. But so yeah, anyway, in each of these, right, we have what is this? I don't think that's my painting. That's the reference. Dang. I feel old. Now the door is open for nostalgic thumbnails. Yeah, like this is the furthest back one that I can go. Where we did this little painting. I'm just gonna open this, I guess. Some trees. November 30th, your birthday? That's funny. Yeah, so like this was a fun painting. I don't know what it was. Kind of tree things. So that was a painting we did one stream. Yeah, going back in the time. These were the thumbnails that resulted in that. Actually, I kind of like. Dang, some of these are way cooler than what I did today. Can I just say, like, I've been slacking with my thumbnails lately. This stuff is way cooler. Every single one of these is better than what I did today. Gosh, and this was, I mean, this wasn't even that long ago. When was this? This was December 30th. Oh, this is my birthday. That was a birthday stream. That one was inspiration for. I did this on my birthday, so that was literally a painting that I did on my birthday. So yeah, these were birthdays. Maybe that's why. Maybe I was in a good mood. 5 is magical. Should you feel good or bad? No, I don't feel good or bad. Thumbnails to me are dime a dozen. I make so many that sometimes I have really good ones and some days I have really bad ones. And it doesn't bother me because they take like 5 to 10 minutes to make and they're not well thought out or planned. And if I take my time, I can make any of them better or worse. Yeah, no, it doesn't bother me at all. It's nice to see that I'm either doing things slightly different. There are some times that though that I will be like, wow, I'm kind of just doing the same stuff still, and that's a little upsetting. Like sometimes I mean, I've mentioned this before. When I'm streaming, a lot of it's more of a performance rather than practice. So oftentimes I do fall into the same habits because I'm not really pushing myself to do something new. Because that's hard while you're talking and while you're interacting, right? You're not always in the state of mind to kind of dive in deep and try new things and experiment and like oftentimes it requires a sort of focus that I just am not putting in on stream. And so yeah, sometimes my thumbnails do come out a little bit samey, or sometimes I'll have to think ahead of time what of maybe something a different way I can do it. That way I can do something a little different. Um, I'd love to see a stream titled "How to Make a Good Thumbnail Turn Bad." I mean, that's happened a few times. There's been one stream in particular. Also, I still have to do a 5-minute thumbnail, I realize. There has been one stream in particular where I took a thumbnail, let's just say this one. I painted on it for, I don't know, 45 minutes to an hour, and I was like, I've made it worse. And so I deleted it, and I went back to the thumbnail and kept going. Do I do no mic streams occasionally? I don't. I I could. I don't know. I guess that wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't know. I don't like that. I'm conflicted with no mic streams because I'm kind of here. I feel like it would have. I don't know how I would do it. Um, I'm trying to think. So my confliction with no mic streams is that that's kind of the reason I'm on Twitch, right? Is to interact and hang out and have fun. I if I'm doing something like trying to focus on my work, then I'd rather do it off stream, right? I don't it feels like there's a confliction of goals there. Like, am I just gonna be ignoring chat and working? Is that the point? Like, I guess I could stream in Discord, but I don't. But as long as there's a chat there, I'm gonna feel compelled to interact, and as long as I'm interacting, I'm not gonna be focusing on art the whole way, right? And I think if I'm focused on making good art, I would rather do that off stream, right? Because that way I can just remove distractions entirely and focus on that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would do that. But I kind of also like the idea of occasionally doing, like, I also think it could be cool for people to see how I work. So maybe I would record it, right? And then I could throw it up on YouTube or something so that there's just like a 2 hour uninterrupted session of me painting and no just no communication, just me painting. Maybe that could be cool so that you can see the difference between, I don't know though. So yeah, I mean that's an interesting thought. But yeah, I think I would still opt for no stream. And also just I feel like it just hurt my stream. Like I think as a channel, right? If you call this social media, I think it would just not be good for me on Twitch to do a stream without a mic. It just seems uninteractive and just terrible. I don't know. Just goes against kind of why I'm here in the first place. So anyway, Tina7476, thank you for the follow. How are you, Tina? So yeah, anyway, I'm gonna do a quick 5-minute thumbnail because I think I still owed somebody one or something. Not really owed somebody, but you know what I mean. Okay, resume now. All right, so I think I'm gonna do something. I like these characters, and so I'm just gonna put low horizon, draw little characters, just little blobs. Blobs that could be characters. They don't need to be looking good or anything. Oh, that looks ridiculous. Maybe there's a whole bunch of people. Maybe some in the background, they're just a little smaller and lighter because maybe there's something here. I'm going to do some color dodge in this painting. Maybe there's a bit of light behind them. It would be Joe, yes. I feel like a Joe stream without ranting would feel a bit sad. I mean, yeah, I don't think I would like that. Maybe there's also a gradient going inward. We have a gradient. The characters are here, but then there's also a gradient going in. I don't know. I'm just trying to think here. Maybe these characters are too big. Not like that, maybe. I'm trying a little different for this thumbnail than I normally do. Okay, I want to try something. I'm gonna add a glow dodge. I'm gonna pick a red, or maybe a blue. Let's do blue. That's too blue. Maybe not. Maybe we will do red or orange. What about green or yellow? That's kind of cool. Okay, so this one may take a little bit more than whatever. Actually, hold on. Let's do this. Let's put a horizon line there. Erase that. There. Maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something here. I'm trying. Sorry, I'm trying to think of what this could be, but it's some sort of building, or maybe even an indoor scene. Maybe there's something here, and then there's, I don't know, some foreground elements. These were going to be characters, but now they're invisible because I removed them. A minute left. I feel like I want some colors or something. Maybe I can add some more colors. What if I do like an overlay? Whoops, what did I just hit? Overlay. Do you ever do a stream where the thumbnails belong is the same story? Yeah, so I've definitely I've definitely done themed streams before where I have certain ideas going into it. There's been times where I do like biome kind of mixing and matching. There's been times where I do entire like I'm gonna paint a farmland type stuff. And every single one has a farmland. I haven't done any like storyboard themed stuff where it's like an actual story and each one is a panel. Typically, but I have done some themed things. Yeah, I have done themed paintings. And maybe I'll do that next time. I don't know. I could do that on Monday or not Monday. Today is Monday. On Thursday. Okay, so what is this? I don't know what these are, but these are gonna be people. I realize timer's up, but I'm gonna keep painting on this for a moment. And let's add some light back there. Little characters. Maybe there's another character here. I'm just gonna make it in dark, in black. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Maybe there's some characters. I don't know what this is. Maybe there's something here. Could be something. I do feel like there's something cool here. Kind of fun colors. Very dramatic, I guess. Anyway, let's see. Sheesh, what a week. Where did I read this? Hold on, I missed something. Today is Monday? Yes, today is Monday. Joe, thumbnail 9 is lit. Got inspired by your old art? Kinda, yeah. Well, I think starting with characters is fun. I mean, I didn't do a whole lot to it, right? But I don't know. Sometimes, yeah, I totally get inspired by my own art. That's just something that I still struggle to say because it sounds egotistical. Like, oh, I'm inspired by my own art. There isn't a whole lot going on here, though. I'd have to figure out what this place is. It could be a library. And why are these characters so big? I don't know. But yeah, sometimes I do get inspired by my own art, for sure. It definitely happens. Okay, we're gonna go a little bit more heavy on the black in here, and the contrast in some of these parts. It's valid to be inspired. No, it totally is. I agree. I agree. I think it's something. It just sounds weird to say it out loud, you know? But yeah, no, totally. Adding some darker lines to some of this stuff. Some like occlusion shadows in the foreground. Just trying to polish up some of this stuff. maybe something here. And then we're going to vote in just a moment. Just trying to push and pull some shapes real quick. Maybe a little bit of light coming through here. I don't know, the shapes on this are fun though, actually. I like the shapes on this one. Maybe we'll put some spiky shapes. I'm starting to see sometimes even, I mean, maybe it is because I stopped talking so much, but sometimes I will get more in the mood and get more ideas. And I think a lot of it's funny. I've mentioned this before, but a lot of times when I'm stuck with a painting, not with thumbnails, but just like in rendering, I'll oftentimes find that if I go like almost like a checklist or like flashcard type things, like I'll kind of go through different ideas and I'll sort of ask myself like have I checked my values recently, or have I checked my warm and cool contrasts, or what about tangents, do I have any of those, or what is the point of my image, and have I leaned into the idea, or have I, do I have a good shape design with small, medium, large shapes, or is there where's the focal point, do I have one of those, right? Sometimes just going through like this little mental checklist of like and to evaluate your painting is a good way to not miss things, right? You're in some ways you're switching it up by you're reminding yourself of things you might not have done recently. And I think this is a thing that oftentimes when I go back and do, look at old paintings, or I try to use brushes that I don't normally use, or maybe I just start thinking of doing, shapes that I haven't done, or even techniques like literally using lasso tool when you don't normally use it. Um, Sometimes you'll find things that I don't know, it'll sort of reignite the spark. You had a question. Is it normal when artists take a break from drawing or painting and it takes a while for them to warm up mentally and muscle memory and sense? Yeah, definitely. And it can even be a good thing. So sometimes you have bad habits, and taking a break will break the bad habits, but your knowledge is still there. So as you relearn your muscle memory, you have to kind of it's almost like relearning your tools, but then you can build up good habits because you have the knowledge. So this happened a lot. I mean, I don't have any super concrete art examples, but I definitely have like League of Legends examples where my knowledge of the game didn't change, but I had bad habits. And so by coming back to the game, I'd have to think through situations a little slower, which means I would be worse at the game. But once I thought through them and I made the better choices, it was a new opportunity to instill good habits, right? I made so if it's almost like if instead of having an intuitive sense of how to draw in perspective, you have to reason through it again. It's like, okay, well now let me see. Here's our eye line, here's our horizon line. Let me sketch out the shapes, and just by sketching out things, you start to remember how to like you kind of rebuild up good habits, right? Instead of just doing the same stuff over and over. So yeah, no, taking breaks is great. Um, but yeah, you're of course you're gonna lose the muscle memory. League of Legumes. I like number 6. I think there needs to be a parody game called League of Legumes. Yeah, totally. Anyway, let's vote. I think I'm done with these. Let me just clean these up. Yeah. Thank you, Scylla, for providing. But it's definitely possible. I mean, you will lose your muscle memory, right? Because muscle memory are habits, right? I think muscle memory essentially comes down to habits, right? They're physical habits. And I do this a lot, right? I will if you've ever seen me start a stream, let me go back to a template. I always, almost always without fail, and I've noticed this among myself, even when I'm not thinking about it, and then I've come back and noticed, I will start my painting by grabbing a color, some color, doesn't matter, and on my blank canvas, I'll start with up and down strokes, right, like right up in this area, right? It's like I start with the sky first, or when I make shapes, you know, my strokes might only be this long, right? Instead of doing big sweeping strokes in my canvas, right? Oftentimes I find myself making the same size of brush strokes, or maybe relative to my canvas, my brush is the same size. So maybe it would be good to mix it up someday and do little chicken scratchy lines, and other days I should, you know, start with a huge brush, because these are all habits that are going to affect the outcome a little bit. So yeah, that's has the show been? Oh yeah, the slideshow. Yeah, speaking of slideshow, did I forget to time lapse? Okay, I did. I did time lapse. So sometimes it's just you fall into these habits of this is how I paint, and it's good to switch it up. And by coming back, you're like, oh well, what do I do? Right? Because your habits are just they're not necessarily good, right? Sometimes they're bad. So yeah, no, I mean, yeah, habits will fade for sure. But the skill, the underlying knowledge, right? Like if you understand perspective, you're probably not gonna forget how perspective works, right? You're gonna know that perspective is your eye level, that if you're looking up at an object that's above you, right, that you're seeing the underside of it because it's above you. And if it's below you, you're looking down at the top of it, and you have to draw these things accordingly, right? You probably know about values, right? If you've learned about values and separation, making objects read clearly against each other, like right, light against dark, dark against light, that kind of thing. You probably it's not about a habit, it's about understanding, right? So I feel like once you understand that, you might have some techniques that you're gonna, you know, forget or not feel as intuitive about. But once you, but again, so you're definitely gonna have to slow down. 1 and 2, yeah, they kind of do look like they connect, don't they? Anyway, let's vote. I need to make a time or a straw poll. I couldn't be ranting while I do this. Strawpoll.com. Create a poll with 9 options. Vote is the name of the poll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Allow selection of multiple options. Yes. Create straw poll thing. I'm getting quick at this. There we go. There's the straw poll. You can vote. Oh, I just heard myself. Trying to pin this to chat for 7 minutes. Actually, let's do 8 minutes today. There we go. All right. But Joe, my art question: teach me how to be good at using bounce light. Not yet, because I am. Oh, we are voting, and after voting, then we can talk about bounce light. I mean, but I can talk about it while we're voting. I mean, bounce light is just ambient light, right? I mean, it's not. Sorry, it's not ambient light, but it's lighting, right? Light is. Gosh, I mean, it's funny. The more I talk about light, the more intuitive it is, and then it's harder to talk about because it yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just yeah. I mean, it's just so light bounces off of objects and it picks up the color and the color of bounce. I mean, there's lots of stuff to talk about bounce light, but I think the most interesting is probably in color. Um, and that obviously light's gonna make things look brighter. So right, if you have bounce light into the shadows, it's gonna make the shadows brighter, but it also picks up colors. So I think that's the interesting part, right? If you have, say, a red object sitting on a sidewalk and you blast it with sunlight, that sidewalk around it is going to pick up some of that red, right? That red object is going to light the sidewalk. Not because it's casting a red light on it, but because the bounce light from the sun is hitting the red, bouncing off and then illuminating the sidewalk around it, right? So bounce light is good in mixing colors, and this is the same reason. I mean, it's kind of the same reason. I mean, it's really just how light works, but I mean, it's kind of along the same lines of just ambient lighting in general. You have like the sky is mixing with all the other things, right? Except in this case, it's not the sky that's bounced, it's just the other light that's mixing, right? So if, again, white light on a red object bouncing off, going to pick up some of that red and it's going to mix with the colors. So it's, I mean, okay, it's not really the same as ambient light, but it when you think of mixing light and color, it's all kind of interconnected, right? So if you have green objects next to pink objects, that pink and green light's going to mingle, right? They're going to bounce back and forth, assuming they're lit by some sort of light. Obviously, if the light is really, really strong, like a directional light, like a sun, then it's going to bounce more, right, off the initial object it hits, and it's going to get weaker with each bounce. And then if it's like an ambient light, like a blue light, it's not going to, bounce off as much because it's just kind of casting a soft light on everything. You know what is like how to use it effectively? For creating mood and harmony and leading the eye and rhythm. I mean, I think bounce light, I wouldn't really use it for creating rhythm and stuff. I feel like it's more of a, to me, I mean, to me, it affects values and color, right? It affects values because it can illuminate your shadows, right? It can introduce some light into your darks. Oftentimes when I paint dark scenes like this, right? Like this scene down in number 9, I painted these as silhouettes. If I were to go and render this, I would add in some light, right? Why? Because there's probably light from this environment that's going to make its way into these dark shadows, right? Even though it's still the shadow, there's still some lights, right? The reason you can see in a room without ambient light, right, where it's just a light in your room, the reason you can see into the corners of your room, or you can see someone who isn't directly in the light, is because of bounce light. That's why you can see them, right? Or at least that, like if I'm in my room, I have one light in my room, literally one light. It's in the middle of my room. If you were behind me and I'm facing my light, I'm not just in shadow, right? Like it's not like you can't see the back of me, right? You can still see what the color of my shirt because there's light bouncing around, right? It's bouncing off the walls, it's bouncing. So yeah, I mean, everything you can see is kind of because of bounce light. I mean, if it's not in direct sunlight, it's a form of bounce light in some way. Kind of. Anyway, yeah, we are currently voting. If you would like to vote, please do. There's a link in chat at the top. You can click it. You can vote. You can, yeah, vote and then vote for your favorites. You can vote for multiples, by the way. So for example, I might vote for number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9. Just kidding. I'm not going to vote for all of those, but I could, and you could too if you want. And then I will take the one that wins the vote and work on that till end of stream. I don't know what I want to vote for today. I have a lot of... Actually, I do. I'll vote for that one. Great thumbnails again, hard choice. Hey, Nex, how are you? Hey, a time for the poll again. Yes, one reminds me of the building from Spiderhead. I don't know what that is, but interesting. Okay, number 9 is apparently winning. And 6. People like ones with characters. I think if there's one thing that I can get from today's stream, it's that if I put a character in a painting, it's going to get votes. Yeah, I don't know, I think bounce light's a good topic, but I also feel like, yeah, I guess I don't differentiate between that and just general lighting, really. Like, the reason I mean, I don't know, light just bounces everywhere. I don't know, I feel like that's just a property of light, is that it bounces. And you can see stuff. I guess you still have direct light, you have bounce light. Anyway. What would you use instead then to create rhythm, Joe? I mean, everything can create rhythm, right? Are we talking like rhythm in composition, like leading your eyes and creating sort of patterns of information? I don't know. Like to me, I guess I think of that. Oh, hold on. I don't want to go on too hard of a rant when we're voting, but 1 minute left for voting. Joe planning how to rig future votes. I mean, I already knew this. Yeah, it's just repetitive shapes, but it could also be repetitive textures or colors or. I mean, yeah, there's a lot that creates rhythm. It's just repetition essentially. Um, but to me, I'd be more interested in what the repetition is doing. So you could have rhythm that like leads the eye as the obvious choice, right, in composition. But you could also have rhythm that explains size, right, with the like foreground, midground, background objects all being similar. It helps you just, it helps you understand perspective. You could also have rhythm that helps you understand just what things are, right? Maybe you have a couple similar shapes in the foreground, and then you have like a pile of similar shapes in the background, even though they're not as clear. And you kind of your brain sort of connects the dots from the first to the second to the big pile, and then you realize, oh, hey, this big pile is actually a mass of whatever that first shape is, right? So you kind of you can clump things and you can. So I mean, rhythm to me, it's just yeah, just repetition, but repetition is useful for information transfer, right? Like it's just how it's an effective way to communicate. And each time in that rhythm, you can change it a little bit, and your brain will build on it. So like you can add things, right? It's sort of like if you're doing a you could also do like a character running, right? If you had three characters, and this is an example in Framed Ink, you have like three characters running, and each one of them is chasing the other, but you almost have like three still frames of animation, right? You have like maybe a character, maybe they're gonna jump over a wall, and you have the first character running on the ground and behind, right? And he's chasing someone in front of them who's just starting to jump up the wall, and you have the other character, getting over the wall, right? And so there's a rhythm there because it's, sort of one, two, three. It's almost like three frames of an animation, but because there's three separate those three characters describe the full motion that the first character took, right? So rhythm can do lots of things. Yeah, the characters create a rhythm. I mean, arguably not a good rhythm, but it's a rhythm. I don't know. I mean, I feel like rhythm is one of those things. If you're overly focused on it, it's missing the this. So I've been bringing this up a lot, but there's this idea that I think it was used in economics, and I always mention this, but it's the idea that if you're overly focused on a metric, is like once the metric becomes the goal, it's kind of pointless. And I think it's a good thing. Like I think it's good to have rhythm, but if all you're worried about is having rhythm, I think you're kind of over focused. I don't know, but yeah, it's a good tool. I think I'm at the point where I have a sort of basic understanding of the things when I ask the questions like these. I I I less mean the basic description, just rather interested in your specific. I mean, it depends. I don't really think of rhythm in painting that often. Like, I'm not like, oh, I need to add rhythm, right? I don't think of it like that. I mean, I do like repetition. I guess I just think of it more as repetition. I guess you could call it rhythm, but like in this, oops, I guess there's sort of I mean, there's lots of things that create natural rhythms, right? So perspective is one of them, right? You have a line and then another line, and these lines are going to get closer and closer as they get further back, right? That's a rhythm, right? And these lines being equally spaced create their own natural sort of rhythm, right? Because it's right. If you have I mean, this is like basic perspective, right? Here, let me draw it really tiny, right? You have your line, your railroad going into the middle of nowhere, right? And then you draw your two lines, and your next line, right? If you want to make it equal distance, is going to be there, and your next line is going to be about here, right? And then your next one is going to be there, And pretty soon, so these, even though they're all the same space, this is a rhythm, right? You have these lines that, and again, this is what I was talking about with scale, right? So if you're putting characters into a scene, right? Here's a character, right? And here's a character, same height, and here's a character, and here's a character, right? This creates a rhythm. So, but again, it could be for distance, right? It could be for scale, so that you know how big this character is. It could be for leading the eye, right? If here's your focal point, right? All of these things are kind of leading your eye inward, right? You could put, if I'm going to put objects in the foreground, I mean, foreground, midground, background is a form of rhythm, right? Um, so if I go like this is a form of rhythm where this object, it's like I'm kind of replicating objects, right? In a very simplified form. But yeah, I guess I don't know. I feel like a lot of these topics that are sort of like design, what do you call them, elements or principles or something. I don't know what the technical term is. I feel like they're good ideas to understand, but at some point you think about what they're useful for and then you kind of drop them, I guess. I don't know. I see. So for you, it's more intuitive thing, like a side effect or other things. Well, I mean, intuitive in the sense that I have thought about them, right? I have done a lot of stuff with drawing repetition and drawing forms, in pairs or in sequence of getting bigger or smaller or lighter or darker or, changing shape or whatever. I feel like I've done a lot of that, and so yeah, I'm at the point where I can do a lot of those things are more just solutions to a problem, right? Not every painting has to have a foreground, midground, background, right? But if you need to show depth really quick, it's a great tool to do that, right? I think of it more as a tool, right? Not every painting needs everything, every aspect. Like you can learn all these things, right? You can have, warm and cool colors. You can have all these little mantras like your darkest light is lighter than your dark light is dark. Did I get that right? Yeah. Right? Or you could have things like, you need warm and cool. You could have foreground, midground, background. You could have I don't know, like the shape, big, medium, small shapes, right? Or you could have there's so many little elements, right? Or, rhythm, you need repetition or you need lines pointing at your focal point, right? Or you should have values that differentiate objects or textures that get smaller as they get further back or whatever these things are. But not every painting's going to have every one of them, right? So it's not like, oh, I have to add rhythm here or I have to add this. Sometimes it's just a matter of like, okay, well, what does my painting need to be clear, right? I guess in like just language terms, it would be like every sentence needs an analogy. Well, of course not, right? But an analogy can really help sometimes. So good writing might use analogies, but you're not always using them, right? And sometimes you just don't know how else to explain something, so you use an analogy, right? It's a nice tool to have. And I think that's how I think of most things in art. It's like sometimes you can just state the thing outright. Other times it's a little more difficult, and so you have to be a little bit creative with how you explain it. Um, Sometimes you can describe its color, sometimes you can describe its form, sometimes you can, what happens when. And so this is why I'm not sure I'm looking at this painting. Let me close some of these so my computer doesn't melt. Um, Using an analogy all the time is like that. Yeah. I think so. An example I use all the time, or not all the time, but quite often, is one of the hardest things to paint for me is like a field of concrete, right? It's a clear day, right? Not a cloud in the sky, no atmospheric perspective. It's a gray concrete field as far as you can see, right? That's hard to paint. because there's no overlapping shapes. There's no sense of scale, right? There's no figures on that concrete. There's nothing to tell you how far stuff is, right? And to me, what one won the vote? What one won? I didn't even look. Number 9? Okay, number 9 is 1. Let me save this real quick. But anyway, so because there's no good information to convey in a concrete field, sometimes you have to get really clever, right? You have to add things like, oh, well, what if I add a few figures in here, right? And these figures, because they're lit by an even light, I can now have them cast shadows, right? And these shadows can illuminate the texture on the ground. So now you can tell it's concrete because I have space to render textures right on the edge of the light and shadow. And you can see scale because of your characters, right? Foreground, midground, background. Whereas before you may not have had that in a concrete field, right? Not every painting. So this is kind of how rhythm is like, well, rhythm can help explain depth. It can help explain, it can give you an opportunity to use shadows. Whereas just a concrete field doesn't have any rhythm, right? There is nothing there to really tell you that it's concrete. Like if I were to paint that scene without any, special tricks, I would have to rely on texture and super subtle value, right? If everything's evenly lit, like in an ambient, just an ambient overcast day without a direct light source, your shadows are just these tiny little occlusion shadows in the texture, which is extremely like yeah, it would just texture would be a big part of it, but the thing is, texture is only visible with light and shadow. So if you had really even lighting, you would have to be extremely subtle with your lighting, right? But so you don't have a lot of tools to work with, right? That would be a really hard thing to do well, because you'd have to have a very fine touch, right? You'd have to be really, really consistent. If you goofed up, it's gonna break the whole illusion. So but very rarely in a painting are you that limited, right? Normally you have objects, you have other stuff, you have hills and you have ups and downs and light and shadow and warms and cools. You have all the tools to play with. And I think as long as you have those tools, then you can be really choosy about which ones you use, which ones you don't. So yeah, you don't always have to have everything. I don't know. So yeah, I guess I think of those things as more of tools. And sometimes it's solving a problem, right? Because I'm trying to convey a message, which is, what is this space? And if something is confusing, I have to clear that up. Anyway, let me real quick save so I can start painting again. But yeah, like a painting like this, where it has perspective and characters and overlapping shapes and warm and cool and whatever, like, I pretty much can just paint whatever, right? It's not exactly a challenge. I mean, admittedly, that everything isn't that great in this one, but, that's fine. Uh-oh, what just happened? There we go. But yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what this is, because this is a weird scene. But the colors are kind of cool. I'm gonna probably ruin it before I make it better. I'm gonna make it worse. Maybe. I did not say that. That is not what I meant. If I said that, that's not what I meant. What I mean is when I have all the tools there and I'm not limited by the tools that I'm using, it becomes less of a challenge because every problem has like an arsenal of tools to solve it, right? It'd be like every time you run into a problem, you open up your toolbox and every single tool that's useful is right there, right? As opposed to you having to go and figure out what tool to use. Any tool will do the job. And I guess it doesn't mean it's still not a challenge, but anyway. Okay, so what is this? I apologize, but I want to get rid of these characters. You guys vote for things because of the characters. I'm like, let's just get rid of them. This'll No, I'm not. I'm not gonna get rid of them. I swear. I'm gonna try and keep them. But sometimes I like getting rid of them early on so that I can rework them because having to paint around them sucks. That would have been funny. No, I mean I've definitely done that before, but I do like for example, how do I paint behind this character without separating on a layer? Yeah, riot. Yeah. Okay, so I am. Let's see. What do I want to do? Where is this? It kind of feels like a library or something. Maybe this character can go away. Some of these characters I think can go away. I definitely like the green in this the most. A magical city district. Kind of like that. Okay, let's go with that. They're a DMV for supernatural. The DMV. Oh god, just have a waiting room. People are just sitting there with their heads down in their hands while they're waiting for their, ticket number 300. Why? Okay, I feel like there has to be an answer to this. Why are DMV's universe, at least in the US, like such a terrible experience? Department of Magical Vehicles. But why is it so universally a bad experience? Like, how is it such an like inefficient thing? Like, don't they charge money for you to like license and stuff? And like, aren't you most people paying money for this? Like, why would you not increase the amount of the rate that you can get people through your line so that you can make more money, right? Or do they have it down to such a science that they still manage to get everybody who needs to go there? Like, surely there's some number of people who never renew their license and never pay that $15 to $20 because they don't want to go wait in line, right? Like, surely there's some non-zero amount of people that they're missing out on because their customer service sucks so much, right? They do have a way you can. Oh, it really? No, but like I said, I think there has to be a non-zero amount of people who just aren't gonna be bothered. Okay, it's an appointment. Okay, yeah, no competition. That's true. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, no competition. But like, isn't that stressful for them though? Like as a work environment, surely that has got to be the most stressful job ever, knowing that everybody is pissed off at you in the waiting room, or not at you, but just like in general. Like I've been a cashier, right? Nothing is more frustrating than having super long lines and having to look at everybody and be like, "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it." Right? Yeah, you probably have to fax them for an appointment. Okay, I actually am gonna delete these characters for now. I will add them back, I promise. I'm gonna add some characters. Yeah. So I remember when I don't even think I have a valid license anymore. I think it expired and I never got it renewed. Funny that we're talking about this. I do have a passport though, but I don't drive, so I didn't need to renew my license. But last time I renewed my license, which was like 5 years ago, because that's how often you have to renew it. Um, I did it online, and they didn't require that I updated my photo ID. So I have a license that was valid as of last year. It was valid, right? It's no longer valid, but last year it was valid, and it had like a 15-year-old picture of me on it. I was like a baby. I was a teenager, and it was like a 15-year-old picture. Like and somehow that was legal. So many reasons, jump uh Gleason said. Also, when I go there and there are so many lazy people who refuse to read the form and then get mad at like, oh, just do it. I would hate to work there. I did have a great experience my last time. I had my license and I didn't like the picture and she let me take it again. Oh, that's nice. It's a pretty low bar though. But yeah, I mean, that's cool. Yeah, every time I'm ever there, it's always just a super long waiting and it's wild. What do you mean there are so many lazy people who refuse to read the form and then get mad? What do you mean by that? Wait, are the customers lazy, like the other people going there, or the people working there? Because I feel like as somebody who's worked customer service jobs, right, as checkers, that type of thing, any sort of cashier, anytime people kept not filling out forms and they were mad they had to fill it out. Oh, okay, I see. So the customers were mad. Okay. I was gonna say, and yeah, because I was gonna say, anytime customer service is rude, it's typically because the work environment is crap, right? It's either because of management making you do stupid stuff that ruins any interaction, or there's such long lines that just it eats away at you all day because you have people who are grumpy at you out of your control, and it's like, yeah, of course you're gonna be in a bad mood when the entire world hates you. Like this is not a pleasant experience. But anyway, yeah, yeah. It's odd to have a 15-year-old picture. Yeah, it is. It's really odd, and I'm not sure how it was legal, but they let me do it online, and like, heck, no, I wanted a new picture, but I wasn't gonna be bothered to go in with and get a new picture when I could just do it online and say no new picture. It's so tedious. Maybe it's because I was a secretary for a few years and forms never bothered me. Oh man, so what am I painting? I hate forms. Forms are what I never got about forms, and this is more not with the DMV, but like doctor's office and stuff. Like they'll have you come in and fill out your info, but then like if you can't remember this stuff because like I don't know, let's say you forgot your history of medical history forms and stuff, and you didn't know all the info, you can just not fill it out and they're totally okay with that. Like it doesn't seem like this is that important. Like I know medical history is important and it definitely makes it go quicker and easier on their part, and there's, things they can like it's obviously it's a huge convenience thing, but it does feel like there's a lot of stuff that feels unimportant. Like when you're a person who just needs help, right? And you just need to see a doctor and they're like, "Please fill out this form." You're like, "I can't." They're like, "Oh, no worries." You're like, "Why did you have me do this in the first place?" You know? Thankfully nowadays you can do most of it online, at least in New York, and don't have to go in person. That's good. Let's see. You've seen bad workers at the DMV too. Like this one guy had people waiting and then put his little sign, "This booth is not available." He totally could have said something to the people waiting. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he probably was just so tired of people getting angry at him that he just was like, "I'm not even gonna do the thing that makes people angry. I'm just gonna walk away and they can be angry without me knowing about it." Which I kind of get, to be honest. Like people are gonna protest when you tell them bad news, so you just don't tell them the bad news, which makes it worse for them, but also now you don't have to break the bad news to them. It's terrible. I'm a bad person for even laughing at that. But yeah, gosh, long lines. Okay, we're gonna put a little sign here. DMV. No, this isn't gonna be a DM. Where is this? Okay, I definitely want some sort of foreground to midground thing. So like, okay, I'm just gonna put like an X for the horizon line. Whatever this is, it's gonna be right on the horizon. Some sort of egg. And then I'm gonna make a new layer. I'm gonna end up erasing some of this. These are gonna be like stairs. Actually, let's go down a little bit more. Trying to make some stairs here. And then some stuff here. Some buildings, some implied buildings. Maybe some more buildings go this way, and then these stairs can go this. Something like that. And then maybe there's some stuff up here. Maybe these are some more characters or something. That could be a thing. So yeah, we have little characters here. I'm trying to reintroduce some of the characters because I did kind of delete them. Sort of destroyed all of them. So what is this? This is some like monument or something. It could be like a little fountain. I think this though. Oh, you know what I should do? You know what I should do? How do I do it though? So this is something that I actually have to problem solve because I haven't done this in a long time. So I think, okay, I'm gonna make a new layer for this. So what I'm gonna do is more or less just paint the reflection that I think I would see right here. And then I'm gonna paint on top of it. So kind of like when you have like a wet sidewalk or something, oftentimes the sidewalk texture is the thing that you actually see. Like it like you'll have shapes over it, right? And then the reflection is in the gaps, right? So like if I had a sidewalk here, you would only see the reflection on the shiny parts, but anywhere it's rough, that's like lays on top of the reflection kind of. And so that's sort of what I'm going to do, where I'm going to paint the reflection first, and I normally don't layer my process like this. But I think here it's important that I do that. This doesn't need to be that shiny. This can be darker. This should be straight up and down though. So this is kind of like that concrete sidewalk thing I was talking about, where it's just pure. You don't really have a lot of texture necessarily, and you're trying to convey depth. I do actually have perspective though, which is handy. Okay, I think this will work. I don't know what that is, but that's fine. Okay. There we go. Now I'm gonna make a new layer, and I'm gonna try and just put shapes on in front of it. So maybe there's like maybe there's actual lines going this way. Nah, that's kind of boring. I mean, we could go like this. Maybe there's some lines going through here. That. Or we could do a different pattern. We could like we could even maybe find a pattern online or something. No, maybe not. Let's see. I kind of like the idea of these kind of shapes. So we have like converging lines going at a different side, and then we have them converging over here. Getting too tired, gotta sleep. Good night. See you, Ivana. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so there's that. And then these can just be lines like this. A very shiny floor. Maybe there's scuff marks. And I'm also going to add the characters on top of this. I don't normally do like a procedural process like this, but for a floor that's supposed to be shiny, I think it's not a bad idea. Also, I kind of just ignored this little area right here because there's going to be a character. I don't even know if that's where I want the character, but okay. Let's add the character now, or a character at least. Some characters. So yeah, this is kind of a sense. So we were talking about rhythm before. This is a sense of rhythm, right? You're creating some characters in a space, right? But you don't just want them larger. You know, you can have some more in the foreground. Some bunches here. Maybe some off to the side. We need some over here. Just little blobs. Now, the question is, what are these characters doing? Is there more of them up here also? Wait, does it matter what they're doing? Not really. They could just be walking. Maybe I can, let's see, what if I make them smaller? Do I make them smaller? Or I could make them larger. I don't like that actually. Maybe not. Maybe I just make a few in the foreground a bit bigger. They're all kind of ghostly now. I made them all opaque. See, I feel like this is not terrible. But I think compositionally it's pretty boring. I think we need think we need a story. We need some sort of narrative here beyond just look at all these characters. I gotta think about what I want from this. So I'm gonna ignore the characters for a moment. Again, this could have been some sort of marketplace or area. I don't know. Could have been something. Yeah, if anyone has any ideas of what this place is, let me know. Because I don't so much as care what it is, I just need an idea. And how, let's see. Here, because I'm getting a little tired. I'll admit. I will need to add some, whoops. I'm on. I will need to add some sort of theme. And that's kind of what I'm looking for, is just... I do like this, though. Is it a mall? It could be. Sort of a weird mall-looking area. Maybe. Okay, well, maybe, hold on, maybe it is, or something like that. So maybe we, again, just drawing these perspective lines down here. Maybe there's like some sort of upper area. The thumbnail kind of had a cyberpunk city vibes for me, but now it looks like more of a cathedral. Let me bring up the thumbnail. I don't remember what it looked like. I wasn't really focused on keeping it the same. I mean, it definitely had a lot of, yeah, maybe. That's true. I mean, it's changed a little, hasn't it? I mean, some of the energy could be brought back, though. So yeah, maybe it's well, now I'm breaking the symmetry here. Just drawing across this. I mean, yeah, we could go like this, where we, I don't know. Just trying to think here. I mean, this isn't gonna make sense if we do. I do like this. Maybe I narrow this. Hold on, let me try something. Where's the name of the song? Oh, I forgot to put it on. This is just me being bad at streaming. Let me bring up the song titles. You're gonna hear a sound real quick. It should be here. Oh, actually, it's not. Oh, there it is. Okay, so let me try this. I actually have an idea. What if I narrow this? The narrowing might make it more cathedral-like. Hey, it's Siren Knight Sparrow, how are you? That might work. So pretty. Oh, thank you. How are you today? Doing well and currently in awe. Oh. Very kind of you. So maybe I don't like that this is... You know what I don't like about this painting? I realized it. It's the central composition. That's what I don't like about it. I want it to be off to one side, like this. Okay, I'm gonna do that. So this... Maybe there's a better way to do this. Can I just... Let's see. Is Clip Studio gonna let me do this? Group these and just shift everything as a group? Let's try that. Okay, I kind of want to just merge everything. I'm going to merge a lot of this. I'm going to merge like all that. That'll work. And then can I delete group? I don't really need to delete group. Let's try this. This might even make it worse, but that's okay. Teach me how to make pretty backgrounds that do not like look like basic shapes. I mean, this is basic shapes, right? I mean, I guess the way that I started this painting was pretty much with basic shapes, right? I mean, I think it's when you get, I think so in very, very abstract terms, right? Here, let me do two examples. The first is going to be abstract, the second will be more concrete. I think in abstract terms, basic shapes, sometimes when you're looking at the final of something, you're like, wow, that's such a complicated thing. But what you're actually looking at is like lots of just simple shapes. So here's a square, right? That's a pretty simple shape. And then here's another square, right? That's another pretty simple shape, right? And then you're like, okay, well, here's a triangle, right? And there may be a smaller triangle here and a smaller one here. And then you get, but by the time we're done, it's very easy to look at this thing that I'm going to make in blue and be like, wow, look at this complicated shape you made, right? Look at this. It has like these, that's all one shape, that blue thing, right? What a complicated shape. But no, not really. It's just, it looks complicated, right? But it's still built using the simple stuff. And I think this painting, I started with just dropping in characters in perspective. And because I did a very low horizon line, right? I put my characters in here in different spots, right? Some tall, right? Some in the foreground. And they were a little darker. Oh, it's loading. It's saving. And then you have like foreground, midground, background. You have a lot of that stuff. Painting's still loading here or saving. Bear with me while it does this. So yeah, I think a lot of it is simple shapes, right? A simple perspective. And I know perspective is an annoying term or scary term because you're like, oh my god, I don't want to have to learn perspective, right? So a lot of it is simple shapes. It's just literally characters, and then I made a gradient. So just like I will make a gradient from foreground to midground to background, right? I actually did a gradient the other way. Big, medium, small rule. Yeah, so I oftentimes will talk about this concept of foreground, midground, background, or even just you can call it just make a gradient of light background, and then things get lighter as they go further back, right? And if you want to make an environment, you can just pull upward from the back, right? Maybe you have some walls here. Maybe you have some more walls here. And notice how if you do make the walls go in, you actually get another gradient, right? Whoops. You actually get another gradient. So not only does the gradient make things look like they go further back, right? If you make the same gradient on the side, right, it also makes things look like it goes further back. All I did was make a gradient on the side, right? This has dark on this side, and then it gets lighter, and then it gets lighter. Oops, not that light, right? And it basically just keeps getting lighter and lighter until we have white in the middle. We basically just have a gradient, right? Let me just pick the colors. Let me make this black and white. Color. Paint bucket. Black. That's just a gradient, right? It's not, the shape is literally just a gradient, right? There's a lot of color, but it's a clean gradient from dark to light, with random shapes in between. Like, that is the painting. It's the bare bones of this and this overlaid on each other, right? Well, I mean, okay, I dropped the horizon line, right? It's not really just that. It's more like this, right? So you have a really smashed, very low horizon, but it's, I think these concepts look scary, but they're really, this one's simple. So, I mean, I always talk about this thing, right? With you've probably, if you've been here before, which you have, you've probably seen me draw this gradient, right? You've seen me do this this light on top, dark thing. All I've done is turn it on its side. I've literally taken this and turned it on its side, right? And so I've turned it on its side, and so that you have light going in the middle and dark on the side. It's the same thing, it's just rotated 90 degrees, right? And now there's two of them. There's two gradients, right? Same thing you can do on the top, right? You can make the top dark if they were in, let's say, an enclosed room, right? And that room was, light in the back or something, and like in a carport maybe, right? So if they were in a carport, right, you might have that gradient on both the top and the bottom, right? This is the also perspective, but like now they're in a carport, right? Because they have the ceiling over them. And this same gradient can exist, and maybe this gradient has overlapping shapes, and it's a lots of little things. Maybe it's perfectly smooth, right? In this case of buildings, right? If these are buildings, they're going to have breaks. They're not going to be a perfectly smooth gradient. Yeah, I mean, it's the concepts are really simple. It's just there's multiple things happening at once. There's colors, right? Look at these fancy colors. You got your greens and your browns, right? You kind of, you could even call it like green and red, maybe, complementary colors, right? You have lights and darks. You have characters and perspective. That's about it, right? You have a little bit of reflection on the ground or something, so it looks fancy. Also, I kind of goofed this up again, but whatever. But anyway, it's not that complicated. It's just, when it comes together, it's like the magic trick, right? Nothing they do in a magic trick is complicated. Well, sometimes it is, but on its own, it probably isn't. But it's when it's all put together, it's like, holy crap, that illusion. How would it work for, let's say, ruins in a desert? Or more like, how would you go about... So, for ruins in a desert, depends on what the lighting is. Also, let me just do this. So, I would probably just set up a different... So, instead of going, like, light to dark, I would just... it depends, right? So, let's say it's daytime, not nighttime, because we're going to stick with daytime, right? You probably would have bright foreground too, right? Because it's not just going to be dark. So this is kind of like the shadow version. That sounds edgy. This is like what happens in shade, right? This is... everything's in shadow, but everything in light is going to be different, right? So I would probably set it up very similar, but I would put the darkest part of the painting in the midground. So maybe, you have your ruins... You still have foreground, midground, background, but this time your darkest part is in the middle, right? So you have the light coming through here. So I would just set it up like that. So it's still, you have these simple values, right? But now these ruins are in there. You could also, you could light some of them if you wanted. Or, maybe you make this stuff grayer too. I don't know. You don't have to go bright. So you can switch around composition, right? If I were to do the same composition here, but in different colors, right? You could go like this, but this is kind of I typically start this way because it's easier to add light than to plan out your lighting scenario. But this is like the same, it's the same thing. It's just what different value structure, right? This is more consistent lighting. This has direct lighting, which now you have to worry about shadows, right? You have to add these little things in here, which are going to be like not as dark as your main objects probably. But it's the same structure, right? You can still have light and shadow. It's a nice smooth gradient. Yeah, like this. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So maybe this one has clouds over you, so maybe you want to make the sky cloudy, right? So you can justify it. Or if you do what I do, is I start like this, and then I add in. You'll see me do this a lot, where I just make a selection and I paint in light. I'm like, there's my light. I do that all the time. That's basically how I did this, right? I take these lights in here. I was like, I want to make something bright, and I'm like, okay, let's slap in the brightness. Um, Sometimes you can just alter, you can start with a simple, let's undo this. You can start with a simple gradient, and then you can just paint in bright light wherever you want, right? Maybe it's little lakes that are catching reflections, right? So like here's your lakes, right? So it's not, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's pretty straightforward, but also there are a couple things happening, right? Obviously here I'm paying attention to perspective, right? Because I'm drawing shapes in perspective. But yeah, so I think different value structures. Well, he made lake. Yeah, no, the lakes are fun though. That's a super simple thing anyone can do, and it's a really good way to start. And if you want to add shapes and silhouettes in front, then you just add little things like that, and very quickly you have like a whole thing. Maybe even, whatever. It's almost like you have a whole painting already planned out. Extremely simple composition, right? Everything's basic. But yeah, so anyway, as far as the dark and light stuff goes, though, what do you call it? Like value structures. Ice pond, yeah. Or yeah, exactly. If this is something, right, you could add shadows in here, right? Maybe this building is reflecting down, right? Maybe they're not quite as bright. Yeah, you can make them look more like a pond. Maybe there's some additional light over here or something. Anyway, but yeah, so the value structure thing, like you can set up your painting in a lot of ways. Maybe it's darker, or it's more nighttime, right? Maybe you're in a car and there's headlights, and so you want to set up your painting with the brightest part of your painting in the foreground, right? And these headlights are like, how headlights look. I don't actually know, but something like that maybe. I think sometimes they'll make like a weird shape. Like, so now it's a nighttime scene or darker, right? So just by different, by changing the background to gray, and I made the foreground brighter, right? Or maybe you want direct light on something. So you want these things in bright sunlight, and everything else is darker, right? Because you're shining a light on them, right? So now it's like, maybe the edges are blurred or something, but or not, right? So now it's like the sun is coming over a hill, right? And you're shining. Maybe this is also dark. The sun is shining over a hill and it's lighting the tops of these structures, right? Same thing, right? I had three different options, right? I had bright midground and medium background and darkest foreground, or I had darkest foreground, lightest background, and medium midground, or I had light foreground, light mid background, and like you can just you can change the values however you want, but everything's going to give you a little bit different vibe, right? if you want to make an underwater scene, right, you're probably not going to have a bright background because unless you're looking up at the sky, because typically things get dark the further away you get. So you're going to want a really dark background, right? So here's a dark background. Maybe there's kind of bright up top, so this is a little bit more complicated, I guess. And then stuff is like kind of bright is in the foreground, sort of. So that would be like how I would paint an underwater scene, I guess. Probably. And then the brightest, actually brightest up top, I guess. But where it's kind of like a gradient from the top to the back, and as it goes further down. So it's like the underwater gradients are hard. Oh, that's not right. Nighttime scene as well. Yeah, kind of like a nighttime scene, but except typically you have a separate dimension of darkness, right? You have light to dark going that way, but also foreground to background, right? So you still might have the bright foreground, I guess. And then everything gets darker as you go further back. Kind of. I don't know. Not really. But also I don't know. I'm too tired to think. But yeah, so every lighting scenario will kind of give you different vibes because there are different things happening. So yeah, that could be a nighttime scene maybe where there's like a direct light or but if it's a light from a just an ambient source, right? You still might have that gradient. It's not a very good one. The moon. Yeah, if it's just the moon lighting, but I think the most common is just dark to light, right? You have the lightest in the background, everything's being lit by an ambient light, right? You have, yeah, basically just that. I mean, it's just a gradient. Why can't I paint? What's happening? Right. So, but yeah, the most common is something like this, right? You have foreground is dark, or the darkest. Doesn't have to be black. Probably shouldn't be. And then you just have shapes going lighter and lighter. This is like, to me, you know how people talk about like the 8 head or 6 head character model for like the standard human being, right? There's like the standard model, and then you vary it from that. If you want to make it a superhero, you go up to 8 from the 6.5 or whatever it normally is. Or if you want to make it, you know, a little shorter, you can go down a bit. Or if you want to make it whatever, like you kind of have your standard model, right? Or your standard model of your head ratios from eyes to mouth to nose, all that. And then you can vary it from there, right? If they have a slightly taller head, you can exaggerate it a bit, right? This to me is the standard model, right? This is the no direct light, ambient light, daytime scene where you have, you know, bright blue, sunny sky, but everything's kind of in shadow. And then from there, you can start adding light if you want, right? Or not light, and it can just stay overcast, right? And you can just render everything this way. Like this to me is the standard model. But anything else, right? You can deviate from there, right? By putting some things in more light, some things, more light, some things in less light, right? You can vary it however you want, but it has to sort of, you still need to be able to see the shapes. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself and not painting, so let's paint. Or sorry, I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'm getting behind myself. But yeah, I don't know. I like talking about stuff like that though, because I do feel like it. If there's one thing I feel like I want to bring to art, that's ambitious. It's basically just to demystify it. I feel like there's so many things that are like, oh, painting looks, magical. It's like, how do you do that? You're a wizard, Harry. But it's like those kinds of things. Like I don't think it's that mysterious. I think there's very concrete ways to go about it, but you have to be aware of what those tools are because it is just like a big toolbox, right? Not every painting has the same value structure. You get to pick and choose. And of course, you can, you can play around with stuff. You can say, I've never done it this way. What if I take this gradient and just turn it on its side? Um, and of course, you discover things as you go, and you think critically about things. And this is why I think once you are aware of these tools, just thinking about them can actually make you better at art. You can go and, when you're walking down the street at night, ask yourself, how would I paint this, right? What value would my sky be relative to my foreground, right? Am I standing under a light? Maybe my foreground would be bright, right? Is the sky kind of dark, but not as dark as the buildings in the background? Maybe it's a medium value, right? Maybe your building skyline is darker value, your sky is medium, and your foreground's light, right? Or maybe not. Maybe you find a different lighting scenario in a different time of day, and you're like, wow, this is really unusual, right? It's like everything gets darker as I get further away. And if you think about stuff in that way, yeah, you might stumble across stuff you hadn't really thought of before or heard before, and it's not going to be just like memorization of, you know, silly patterns. I don't know. That's what I do. Sunset and sunrise. Exactly. Or paying attention to the values of a sun of like if you're in a place with like a park at sunset and you notice how dark the grass gets because you realize like as the sun starts to go down, the green grass does not pick up color as the sun goes down because red and yellow like the red doesn't necessarily if it's a sunset, it doesn't necessarily light that green grass very well because red light won't really light green objects because they're red, green, blue. Those kind of the wavelengths aren't really they don't really light each other at all. So if you actually have a pure red sky, now obviously there's always white light, so it will still light the green grass. But yeah, if you have just like an ambient red sky with no direct light on the grass, it's gonna look almost black. And it's kind of crazy to see a scene where you feel like you can see a lot because it's not that dark, but you can't see it, but it looks like the grass is in total nightfall. Sometimes it's just really wild. And so yeah, noticing stuff like that and trying to understand it. And again, you probably won't understand it if you don't have some of the, I guess, the knowledge of why, how certain things work. But that's also what makes art so cool is that there's just tons of cool stuff to learn. And I always want to learn stuff. And I don't know. It's, yeah, sometimes I feel lazy because I'm not learning stuff. But at the same time, yeah, it's great. I don't know. Definitely one of the joys of life, in my opinion, is just learning random crap that can maybe relate to art, or maybe not. I like looking at clothing of the past. Yeah, exactly. So like, yeah, that's another thing. Like, this is where also interests come in a huge play into it, because what you pay attention to is going to influence it. Yeah, maybe it's clothing of the past, and maybe it's getting the time periods of different paintings right, and you like to do maybe some of the stuff has a historical accuracy or context or something. I mean, you don't even have to do that, but you could do whatever you want, and that's the beauty of it. I don't feel like this is quite how I want it though. Hey, Edith, how are you? Or I Biscuit, actually, but I'm still gonna call you Ebis. Just Biscuit, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, how are you doing, Biscuit? Also, how is everyone doing? What's yeah, how is everyone's weekend? I know it's a weird time to ask because normally I ask a lot sooner, but hope you all had a good weekend. Or if you're maybe now you're on your weekend, if you're like me or something and work on the weekend. I don't like those shapes. Doing good, sleeping at weird times, but I got 3 days off. Then night shift's coming, so I don't care. I feel you on that. I mean, I don't have the 3 days off of night shifts. I mean, I technically do have night shifts, and I kind of have 3 days off, but not really. Not right now, anyway, but I don't work that many hours, so sometimes. But then again, with streaming, I don't really count it as days off. I count stream as working. Although, only to myself. I don't really tell other people that I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, let's do some funky stuff with colors. Maybe some oranges. Maybe orange. I don't know if the orange is going to look good, but that's okay. I feel like orange will be fine. Shouldn't really matter. Maybe some of these pants and different shapes, and now they look like monks. They look like those orange monk clothing. I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Hey Stiller, I see you specialize in environments and composition of landscapes, but I was wondering if you had any knowledge where to start in character design after you performed all your research and collected all your necessary info. Um, I mean, I think there's different ways to start. I would definitely start with like silhouette, probably, of just like I definitely like to think in terms of shape and getting the silhouette down, and then I would focus on like getting the input. Well, let me back up. I think it depends on what the character's for. Um, if the character, and this is something I've been thinking about, if you're doing something for visuals, right, like an animated thing or a video game, TV, I would imagine silhouette is very important, right? Because you're is purely visual. But if you're trying to depict a character who maybe is described in a in a book or something, I'm not sure silhouette's always the main thing. But no, I think if you're doing your own character design, I think silhouette is really important because that's part of how you recognize them quickly. It's your overall impression, right? Their overall form and shape and size and posture, right? All of that. You could also call gesture part of it. But getting sort of the overall impression down. And then we just watched a video by Tom Hardy. Not Hardy, that's an actor. Hold on. Let me go to I hope my internet doesn't crash when I do this. Tom Howley? What's his name? Okay, let's go to Sunday art videos. Hardy Fowler, maybe is his name? Let me see. He has a name Hardy in his name. Hardy Fowler, that's it. You're gonna have to do the investigation work of where to go to watch this, or yeah, it was Hardy Fowler. So okay, so this is one of the videos. This is like the fourth in the series, though. You're gonna have to go find the first one. But he goes through an entire character like lineup. He does like 4 characters, and he talks about some I mean, this is that he kind of just does it though, and you kind of have to figure out what he's doing. Um, but that one's not bad. I think Marco Bucci has a character design thing where he goes through like 3 steps. I think he starts out with silhouette. Then he does like more detailed stuff and variations on it. Um, but no, things like turnarounds and stuff I think are best once you're more or less have figured out your design and you're showing the anatomy of your design, right? You are presenting it in a way that a 3D modeler or costume designer or somebody who is physically building something from that can then understand it and turn it into a real thing, right? So turnarounds are in my understanding, right? I'm not a big character design person, but in my understanding, turnarounds are basically the presentation of it so that somebody else can understand what's happening, right? It's the last step of communication, but the actual work of designing it is typically done in a different process, right? Turnarounds aren't necessarily where you're designing. Like you can, it's good to be able to design the back of a character, right? That's important. Um, but I think typically the overall impression is kind of what you focus on first. I'm sure there's other ways of going about it, just like in environment design, there's other ways than to start with big shapes. Some people like to start with lines. You could definitely do a more line-focused character. I still think silhouette's quite important, but it also depends on what you're doing it for. If you're just trying to figure out, like, and it also depends on what about the character, right? Maybe you're just designing the head shape, right? And the character's like, attitude and mood, right? Especially if you know your starting point. If you know your character needs to be a grumpy old man who, who's a cab driver in the 1950s, whatever stereotypes that you want to draw or whatever, like you'll have a different idea of what this character, maybe you want to work out some different shapes of heads and make him look like this grumpy old dude or something. I don't know. I don't know what that would look like. But like maybe that's gonna look different, right? His posture, maybe he's smoking a cigar or something. They probably smoked in cabs at the time. I don't know. I feel like everybody smoked in the 1950s. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, I think it depends, but I would probably start silhouette, kind of like I'm doing here, right? Focused on silhouette. This isn't really a character design, but maybe if these characters all have, things like horns on their head, that's going to be a very different image, right? Or whatever these shapes are. Like these shapes matter, right? And getting these shapes down, it almost doesn't matter what they are, right? This could be their hair. This could be a crown on their head, right? It almost doesn't matter because it's more about the shape and the communication of shapes. If that makes sense. And then you can go to more intricate details, like maybe there's, and I'm not really doing that here. They make them look like higher status. Exactly, right? And so there's a lot of intuition about what shapes make things look like. But then you can get into like super nuanced stuff. I mean, there's even some, I guess you could argue, psychology behind it, right? Like how shapes make you feel, and knowing, you don't have to try everything to know what's gonna get an effect, right? Sometimes shapes you like pointy shapes or symmetrical shapes are oftentimes used in religious stuff. So maybe there's a learned sort of thing about that, like, oh, this is very symmetrical, it looks very official and religious. But then there's also things like pointy stuff can look more dangerous, curved shapes are more friendly, right? You have I mean, this happens in like language. I know like certain sounds sound more, I don't know if it's innate or trained or whatever, but certain sounds might sound more harsh or more masculine, and other shapes might look or it's just I don't know. I think there's a lot of that stuff to it, and learning about it can be good, but also just experimenting and thinking about what does this, what vibe do I get when I look at this, and how does it make me feel? And yeah, a lot of it could be contextual cues, right? Certain shapes. If you look at a character's hair and it looks like this, right? Oh, hold on. Right. Ignore this weird hair. If you look at somebody's hair and it looks like this, and you're like, that looks like a tree, right? Then maybe that's not what you want, right? I mean, like you don't want this is why whenever someone says, "Hey, I see a face in your sky," I'm like, "Oh my God, I got to get rid of that," right? I don't want like that wasn't the communication, right? My communication was not this person has a tree on their head, right? If that's what you're seeing, this is not a good shape, right? At least not unless I want that to be the interpretation. It's cool though. It is kind of cool. Yeah, we could go with like maybe this is sort of tree shaped themes. Yeah, maybe we go tree shaped. You like thing? Yeah, but in your own work though, unless that was the goal, to me this is like imagine I say something to you and you get you misinterpret what I'm saying because you're focused on some other thing, right? Maybe I misspoke, right? And now you're focused on my slip up. That to me is how accidentally painting a face in the sky is. It's kind of like I'm misspeaking. You're focused on something I wasn't saying, right? You're I wasn't saying, look, there's a tree on his head. If I was trying to say this is a religious character, that is miscommunication, right? So yeah, I mean there's a lot of stuff like that. Actually, I kind of like the tree on the head. Actually, these look like feather things. No, because these give me the no, I don't like this. This gives me those like what is it, burlesque dance like those the dancers that you'd see in like gosh, what's the name of that? In like not Hollywood, in like Las Vegas, they have those poofy heads. You know what I mean? Those like feathers on their hat. Isn't that a thing? I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. I kind of do like the tree though. Anyway, maybe I don't like that. Maybe I'll find a different shape. It's a thing. Okay. I don't know what it's called, but anyway. Yeah, or maybe these people just have a little. Maybe there's a little poof up here. I'm a little bit concerned with this imagery because I'm not sure what these if this is like a symbol of something. But yeah, maybe we put some things like this. Um, and then of course we can try to draw these shapes in perspective so we can know what we're, maybe they're turned. Oh, that guy lost his head somewhere along the line. Yeah, maybe they're the religious hats, exactly. Like an anchor, yeah. Yeah, maybe there's some sort of thing going on in here, some ceremony. I don't know. Um, but yeah, anyway, so I think that's a big part of character design. That's probably where I would start. But yeah, I'm not a big character design person. I do watch a lot of content and listen to a lot of people talk about art in general and try to learn as much as I can about all the stuff art related because it's something I really like and I also talk about it. So I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of character design processes, various ways of working. But I think that's the way I would focus on, assuming you're doing character design and that the focus is the design of the character, right? Now, character illustration, if maybe you already have a character in mind and you just want to, compose a composition with the character doing something that's, showcasing their attitude. But once you've figured out your character design, there's also things like rethinking, like sometimes there's a cyclical process, right? So you might here, let me try to do this real quick, and then I'm going to end stream because I'm about done, and I don't know what else to do on my painting for today. sometimes there's a cyclical process, right? So maybe you design a character and it's like, I'm going to make a character and I don't know what it's going to be at first, but here's a head, here's something. Maybe he has maybe this character's a big old body, very broad shoulders, maybe kind of stout or something. Maybe here's I don't know. Ignore my bad character's anatomy skills, by the way. This is not representative of my drawing skills. Right? So, maybe here's a character and he has his arms crossed, right? He's very broad in the shoulders. Or, maybe we don't do arms crossed yet. Maybe he's just very short arms. So anyway, here's our character. He's pretty terrible, but yeah, actually no crossed arms here. I'm just designing the silhouette. Maybe he has, let's make his legs a little longer. Maybe he has a peg leg. Why not? He's a pirate. Okay, so we have a pirate character, right? Go with my pirate hat. We've decided he's a pirate now. So here's our pirate. He has a peg leg. He's a big chunky boy, right? Maybe he has a hook in his hand because we're not being original with our character design. So anyway, so here's our character, right? Not amazing, but it's something. Next, if we decided this guy was going to be a grumpy old pirate, at some point we might want to show him in a grumpy pose, right? Maybe this is not a very grumpy pose, right? Even if we made a very grumpy pirate, right? We could make him look more grumpy, right? Maybe he's sitting on something and again, this is not necessarily character design, but this would be more illustrating the character. But maybe we want him to be in a grumpy pose, right? Maybe his arms are now crossed instead, right? But maybe we can't show him very well if it's just, okay, so maybe we want to focus on different colors. Maybe his arms are crossed. We're doing a different pose instead. He's doing the classic, grumpy man pose, right? Maybe he's sitting down on something, or maybe there's something here that he's sitting down on. So sometimes you can go with, you start out with an idea, but then you need to change, how the character is presented to better fit that, right? So it's like we didn't know he was a grumpy pirate at first, but once we decided that, we've decided this pose is no longer grumpy, so now we need to make him grumpy looking, right? So now we can do like silhouette, we can do gesture drawings if we want. Or you could just keep on designing him and say, okay, let's break up these shapes into small, medium, large. Maybe he's an android and he has all these little parts in here that are interesting. I don't know. We have little shapes or something. Maybe he's wearing some sort of harness. I don't know. Grumpy bear. Yeah. But like now you could start focusing on, maybe he's an old war veteran or something and he has these little badges on his shoulder, right? They come down like this. Maybe he has something on his shoulder. I don't know. Right? Maybe that's why he's grumpy, is because he's lived a long life. He's won medals of honor for his time in something. Maybe he's not a pirate anymore. Maybe he just has a hook because he thinks it looks cool. Is he missing an arm? I don't know. No, this was gonna be a hand. Maybe he's retired and he's gotten a little big around the waist because he's been, relaxing a bit. Maybe his belly's hanging loose. He has the shirt that opens up, right? Anyway, the point is, this may not be the best way to show him. So sometimes you might want to then do another version, because you don't like. It's all interconnected, right? Even the color palette could be part of his mood, right? Maybe you want a grayer mood, right? You don't want to it might not fit his grumpy mood if you were to put bright splashes of red and yellow on here. Like this guy might just look a bit too extreme if you were to color him like this. Like this is ridiculous. So you might want to tone him down, make him a little more gray, right? Like you don't need to go like the colors can fit the mood of the character, the pose can fit the mood, everything kind of fits the overall idea, right? Or you could do some contrast or Like, it just depends on what you're going for. But the more things you can think about, also, maybe there's shapes that convey grumpiness better. I don't know. I have no idea. Not really, but so yeah. I mean, I think character design is kind of the same thing. I mean, honestly, it's no different than environment design. You're kind of thinking about the same stuff. You're just in it slightly, maybe in a different way. I mean, instead of thinking about, you know, or instead of the pose, I'm thinking about composition, right? Like, am I looking up at it, down at it? I mean, the same stuff applies to characters. No, well, so I use the word anatomy, and maybe I've redefined the word anatomy. I just call every construction to me is anatomy, right? How is the building constructed? The architecture of the building. That's anatomy to me. If I want to paint a realistic Viking home, I'm gonna have to go look up the anatomy of a Viking building because I don't know what that looks like, right? I'm gonna have to go look at it. I'm gonna have to reference, and I'm gonna have to reconstruct it, right? Just like you would reconstruct anatomy. If it's not put together right, people might notice. And it's no longer gonna be an authentic Viking house, right? Trees. Not just because you make a shape doesn't mean it's gonna look like a tree, right? Some trees have different forms, and you have to get them kind of right. Not always. There's a lot more leeway in environment anatomy, right? There's so much leeway in environments. But yeah, how things are constructed, right? Different rocks have different forms and different shapes. If you're drawing something, I mean, if again, it depends on if you want to make it realistic or not. I mean, look, I call it anatomy because that's the equivalent for environments is just how things are constructed. But yeah, I mean, there's anatomies of not, for example, not all mountains are, if you're drawing I'm going to draw a little square and make an environment in here. Mountains aren't always shaped like this, right? This is bad mountain anatomy. Go reference mountains to see what they actually look like. Have you ever heard that with characters? Go reference, that's not what humans look like. This is the same thing. If you don't know what something looks like, go look it up. That's shortcut for go learn your anatomy. You know? Yeah, it's bad mountain anatomy. Mountains don't do that, right? Like sometimes they do, but they're either more complex or they have additional shapes. Now, of course, they're not specific. Oh, what is happening? I can't color pick. Why can't I hit Alt? Did my Alt key break? The heck? Let's go back to this. I can't. Oh, there it goes. Weird. My keyboard shortcuts aren't working. I'm gonna save. My computer might be. I never thought I would hear a phrase like that. I mean, look, that's just the way I think of it because I don't. Again, if I'm painting a mountain, I'm not obviously I don't have anatomy, but I do have the equivalent of it, right? The equivalent is what is the form and the structure of my subject, right? That's we just have a term for that for humans, and it's called anatomy. For architecture, we might call it construction. For trees, we would call it botany, right? I mean, it's all the same. It's kind of the same thing, right? It's just learning the structure. But yeah, I mean, it's just different words for different things. For products, and if I'm painting a train, I don't know what you want to call it. What are you learning when you pay attention to how it's constructed? I guess the construction, the engineering of it. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's the same idea, right? But yeah. Anyway, I don't know what you'd call it. The botany of this thing is wrong. Like I don't. I mean, yeah, just the structure, right? I mean, you're learn part of structure, the human structure. We just call that anatomy, but it's still the structure of the human body. I don't know. Unless you guys have a better way of describing that, but yeah, no, I call it all anatomy. Anatomy, and that's why I would say some people are like, oh, anatomy is not a fundamental skill because not everybody draws humans. No, anatomy, to me, anatomy is a fundamental skill because everything has an anatomy. Everything has structure, right? So I guess you could just redefine it or recall it structure. So instead of saying go learn your anatomy, you could say go learn the structure of your subject. Um, yeah. I don't think I would say go learn your botany, right? But I don't think it matters. I think you can just say go learn the structure or just say anatomy. I don't know. I like using a word anatomy because I think it gets people thinking a little bit about what do you mean? What is the anatomy of a building? Well, it's the structure. It's how it's constructed. If you're just like a cat has different anatomy than a dog has different anatomy from an elephant, a Japanese house, a traditional Japanese house from some century, has different anatomy than a Viking house from a different century, right? Like they have different ways of doing things, different construction, and different materials, different form. Like they're not just here's a house is a house is a house. No, they're all totally different structures with different. I mean, it's almost like they're different objects entirely, right? So yeah, you could spend an entire career learning different animals and doing things, just like you could have an entire career focused on different buildings and architecture and design. I mean, it literally is a career focused on that called architecture. Like that literally is a career, right? You could focus an entire lifetime learning doing architecture and being an expert at building design and construction and right. But we artists like to try to do it all. So anyway, I'm kind of just more talking than painting. So I apologize if I'm ranting anyone's ear off. Well, I'd say with plants, it still gets referred to as anatomy because it's a living thing. Yeah. I mean, I'm not being technically accurate when I call the anatomy of a mountain, but it's conceptually it makes sense to me, and I think it's silly to when we're talking about fundamental skills like go learn your construction that we don't use the word construction for humans, but we do for buildings, or that we might for something else. Like to me, it's all the same part of art, right? There's a like there for example there's the lighting, there's the construction part, right? That's constructing the form. There's the lighting part, right? That is yeah. I know I keep talking, we learn so much. Okay. I see what everyone is saying now. It's a part of the experience. Oh, the rants? Yeah. The rants are I mean, yeah, that's I like ranting. So let me try some stuff. I feel like I'm gonna crash here soon. I think my computer is struggling. Also, this character is massive. What the heck have I done? Oh no. What have I done? Why is this character so big? Hold on. Uh-oh. Alright, character, you're getting downsized. League of Giants? Yeah, pretty much. Like, I'm okay with him being a little bigger, but if he is, he has to at least be closer to the camera, you know? Well, okay, he's just as big now, but now he's in the foreground. Before his feet were level with this guy's feet, but because he was taller, he just looked like a giant. But now his feet are close are off the page. Okay. I should end stream though. I am tired. I've been tired today, and I want to. I guess I don't really have to wake up early tomorrow, so I can keep streaming. I am tired, and I do have some stuff to do tomorrow, actually. Although I don't, it's not going to take too long. Not for the first part. No giant now. Yeah, he's not a giant now. I mean, this is all very simple. I am kind of starting to spin my wheels a little bit. Maybe there's little things. Actually, I have an idea. Let's continue this real quick. Maybe there's some shapes up here. No, wait. No, that doesn't look good. Beautiful meme. No comment to the meme. I put so much effort. Oh, I missed it. You need a meme channel or general share in the Discord. I don't know where to post this. Wait, it's all anatomy? Twitch always has been. I don't know memes. Joe, we need the anatomy of a world map. Wait, the world? I mean, isn't that of a world map or of the world map? I mean, some things I don't think have inherent anatomy. If you haven't designed it yet, you have to design the anatomy, right? You have to come up with it on your own. Isn't that how that works? Yes, a world map. Worlds don't have anatomy? Oh no, they do. That's what I'm saying. But if it's a non-exist, if it's a world that you're designing, you have to come up with it. That's just like creature design, right? Like if you're designing a creature, there isn't the anatomy of an unknown creature. It's like this alien species. You're gonna have to come up with it. Like that's creature design, right? Or world design. Or if you're doing architecture, right? You have to invent your own architecture. If you're not doing something that already exists, you have to invent your own, right? If you're drawing, no, that's cool. I like that. Biscuit, that sounds fun. I like it. I'm trying to, I don't know how to do this actually. This is one perspective thing I'm not actually good at. I mean, that's not surprising. I'm not good at a lot of perspective stuff. Okay, that'll work. And this is looking a little more grim, I guess. Maybe there's an intricacy around here. Ooh, I know. The tops of this can make the shape of their hats. Gotta run. Have a nice stream. Thank you so much for being here next. Hope you all have a good day. I'm actually going to end stream here very soon. I'm getting tired. But I do want to make this presentable, I guess, for the gram. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna post it to Instagram probably. Gosh, I'm kind of behind on Patreon stuff actually. I always post time lapses to Patreon, which is I guess kind of a self plug right now. I didn't really mean to self promo, but I do have a Patreon if anyone wants to support me further. It's not really about me giving awesome stuff because I really don't. But I do try to post time lapses of the paintings like this one, and then with like a little, I don't know, a self critique of what I do or what I would like to do more if I were to paint on it more. No, most of the time I don't paint on it more, so it sort of just stays as is. Um, but yeah, kind of like a little mini self critique, and um, yeah, that's about what it is. But mostly it's just if you guys want to support further. I'll put a link. I doubt anyone will, but you never know. But yeah, we also have a Discord if you want to hang out. And yeah, I think that's it. It's all my self promo stuff at the end of stream. I appreciate everyone being here. It means a lot. I had a lot of fun. Next stream will be on Thursday. Wait. Yeah, next stream will be on Thursday. I just realized I forgot to put the continuation of these stairs and everything when I extended the canvas. There. I do feel like I could actually take some different stuff here. Just messy up things. I wonder what this is. Maybe this is some sort of it's like their hat, but it's a maybe it's a tree. Okay, I got it. I figured it out. I'm just see this is so I don't think Neo's still here. But if you are, and maybe if somebody is wanting to clip this. I think this is part of repetition and what was the term we used? Rhythm, right? And repetition, repeating shapes and creating story through repetition. I guess you could call it rhythm. I don't know. I kind of think of it all as the same in some ways. But it can also help with scale. Yeah, it can help tell a story. And then maybe here we have, oh, I know, maybe there's a fountain. I think that'll work. Oh, fountain here. And then, yeah, so that'll work. What about this? Do we want this to go? I guess we want more brightly colored stuff. I'm just gonna put some bright highlights in here because I think they look nice, and I'm not sure. Maybe they would be like where the maybe just different texture, or where the water, maybe there's water. But I think they look nice. I guess I can also introduce some like red or orange in here. Again, maybe some bounce light like we were talking about. Um, Talking about some bounce light earlier. So yeah, maybe we get some of that orange in there into some of the shadows. The dark orange. I haven't been very careful of shapes today, but that's okay. Like, what's this? I feel like some of these are just statues of stuff. Yeah, this could work. And yeah, pretty happy with this. I do want to do one thing because I have a hunch that this is my hue and saturation, and my saturation has gotten out of whack. Actually, maybe not. I think for the first time ever, I actually like the version that I have. I mean, this is kind of cool, actually. A little bit more saturated. Maybe I can tone down the values in the shadow. Kind of do like a vignette of saturation. There. Pretty happy with this. I think this is a solid one stream painting. I'm going to just sign it, and then I'm going to end stream. I don't know why. I don't really like signing my paintings, but I'm gonna. I remember. Wait, what happened? I remember that was something Bob Ross always. Why can't I put that there? What's happening? Why can't I? Oh, here. Yeah, this is backwards. Hold on. Why is this backwards? Do I like it like this? Bob Ross. Yeah, but I remember Bob Ross. He would always end his streams like, "All right, let's sign our painting," and he always like made it like a thing, like it was part of the show. And I always thought it was funny. I kind of like it this way. Okay, hold on. I'm there we go. But yeah, I mentioned Bob Ross because yeah, he always made the signing of his painting like, I don't know. He would always, all right, let's add the signature and then it's done, kind of thing. Like it was important. Which is kind of, I don't know, it's kind of fun, but I feel like, I mean, signing your work, I guess, is important, which is funny because if like you signing the work that you just painted, somehow your signature makes it more authentic, you know? Like, I get it, I get that it's a name, right? It's important that you can read it and people will know who did it. But I think it's funny. I think to some people it has this like, ooh, it's official now, you know? Anyway. But I am going to do that. Edit color greenish bluish. Is that good? I think that'll work. Whoops, I didn't mean to miss the at, but that'll be a thing. There. All right. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. See you on Thursday. Hope you have a good rest of your week. We are gonna go find somebody to raid. I don't know who. Maybe Bob Ross. Just kidding. We're not gonna raid Bob Ross. We're not gonna raid Bob Ross. I don't even think he's online. We are gonna raid. I don't know. Who is online? I don't actually know who's online. Do I have anybody online that I want to raid? Let's scroll through and see. I'm just gonna scroll through art. See if there's any streamers on who have cool looking stuff. I mean, the hard thing about art is because it moves so slowly, like just the process of art, you oftentimes don't know like anything about the person's art by looking at the thumbnails. It can be really misleading. Yeah, Bob Ross is no longer alive. He is dead. But he does have a Twitch stream. It just plays reruns of whoops, I just bumped my mic. It just plays reruns of his show. Okay. Who is this person? We could raid them. Anthony Wheeler. Oh, that's somebody we've raided before. Who else do we have? I don't know who to raid. Let's raid Ike. Ike's active here. We're gonna raid Ike. So Ike Man is somebody who we've raided before. He does character art. Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Have a good day. We do have a raid call if you'd like to copy and paste the raid call. But yeah, Ike's super supportive on Twitch art in general and just in communities, and he's a nice guy. And yeah, have a good rest of your week and see you on Thursday. Take care. Bye.